Hello everyone, this is Deepika from ICAI. I wish very happy IP day to all of us. And we have Miss Allison from Head of IP Commercialization Section of World Intellectual Property Organization. And she has worked from earliest spark of an idea to seeing companies through successful exit. She is an inventor on 5 patents relating to medical imaging, surgical navigations, and data analytics. And she worked at WIPO, also focused on how companies can tap into their intangible assets to secure capital. Also, she earned her Bachelor's of Science in Biomedical Engineering from Boston University and is a graduate of a Quinnipiac University School of Laws. She is a member of Connecticut Bar and is registered to practice before the United States Patent and Trademark Office. So I welcome Alison ma'am to this dice, and I also wanted to request her to take your session. Hand it over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and warm greetings from Geneva, Switzerland. From the brands we love to protecting the technology used to operate this virtual conference today, intangible assets drive value for innovators and creators around the world. Here in India, the potential to grow through ingenuity and imagination is palpable. You are home to one of the largest unicorn communities in the world, with a record 44 emerging in 2021 and over a dozen more this year, which is why it's no surprise that India continues to climb the ranks of the Global Innovation Index, which WIPO publishes each year to look at innovative performance of 130 countries. India moved up 2 spots this year, holding on to its position as the most innovative country in Central and South Asia, and ranking second among lower middle income economies. One of India's many strengths is the ability to efficiently translate investments in innovation into more and higher quality outputs, and getting the most value out of those investments, especially in an economy driven by knowledge-based services, is intellectual property. With that introduction, on behalf of the World Intellectual Property Organization, allow me to thank the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, specifically the Continuing Professional Education Committee and the Committee on Economic, Commercial Laws, and Economic Advisory, for the invitation to speak to you today. Innovating for a Better Future, the title of today's event and the theme of World Intellectual Property Day that's being celebrated around the globe today, is crucial for India's prospects. And as accountants, you sit at the very center of these rights, shining a light on their contribution to a company's worth or within a transaction. Intellectual property encourages investment in knowledge creation by providing incentives. If there's anything my experience as an inventor has taught me, it's that innovation is not easy or straightforward. It's a journey where shifts in focus or even failure are part of the process. And in so many cases, what gets created needs to be handed off, shared, or realized by a group of actors rather than a single player. Intellectual property serves as the catalyst that allows this to happen. It provides support through the twists and turns of technology development and its scale up. These rights provide a competitive advantage for a business or serve as a tradable asset that supports capital allocation across the innovation cycle or value chain. Well, just a few decades ago, intangible assets accounted for a relatively small portion of a company's balance sheet. That's no longer the case. Today, the total value of these assets rivals the gross domestic product of some members of the G20. which is why companies are turning to their intellectual property to serve another purpose, to help them secure access to financing. And lenders and financiers are starting to help them achieve this. In 2020, Canada's Development Bank, BDC, launched a 160 million Canadian dollar fund that offers patient capital to IP-rich Canadian companies. The fund completed its first deal soon thereafter, lending 2.6 million Canadian to a successful and growing robotics company. It's a fund designed to provide growth capital in chunks between 3 to 10 million Canadian when a company needs it most to grow. Unlike more traditional lenders, BDC engages with the company throughout its process, helping it develop its intellectual property strategy and portfolio. Around the same time, multinational insurer Aon started facilitating deals by offering IP collateral protection insurance. This has enabled a number of enterprises to secure non-dilutive capital on the strength of their intellectual property, including agritech firm Indigo, which raised $100 million through the scheme. Aon has also launched a $400 million US fund, which will make principal insured senior term loans to stage B plus companies with strong equity backing, established IP assets, and revenues. Aon has used this to make a number of deals in the space recently, including a $35 million US loan to Gruber, a provider of self-ordering technologies, just last week, and a $25 million loan to a Chasm, a manufacturer of nanotube hybrids, earlier this month. A solid valuation of the underlying intellectual property is at the heart of these deals. Technology firms aren't the only ones leveraging their intellectual property this way. Shamrock Capital held a final closing on their $196 million fund last July. That debt fund targets owners of entertainment intellectual property across the film, television, music, games, sports media rights, and other content sectors. While using intangible assets to unlock finance is far from mainstream, these seeds of effort already hint at its potential. In addition to the commercial activity I just described, governments are experimenting in this space as well. Public activity is most advanced in certain Asian economies, like China, Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, and South Korea. In recent years, policymakers have explored a variety of measures around IP financing, including the creation of dedicated funds, educational programs to develop standards, raise awareness, and promote good practices, as well as in some cases, subsidized interest rates for loans based on IP as collateral. We're also seeing countries start to build valuation capacity, something that's already well underway in India with the experts here on this call. Most companies need or can benefit from access to capital at some point along their journey to help them scale, grow, or even survive. What we urgently need is to empower our innovators to grow more quickly, to create the jobs that support our economies, and innovate to solve the most pressing challenges ahead. For this reason, the World Intellectual Property Organization is focused on how intangibles can be transformed into a viable asset class to support financing in its own right. Along these lines, WIPO is working to close the information gap and provide more quantifiable evidence on what has worked and what has not quite come to fruition on the ground. For example, earlier this year, we launched a report series that delves into different country experiences around intangible asset finance. It aims to provide an inside perspective to deepen our dialogues in the space and shed light on what it will take to transform this type of financing from a rare opportunity to something more commonplace. WIPO is taking an action-oriented approach to intangible finance, we're working to build a community of actors interested in the space, like ICAI, to share their perspectives and start thinking about the path ahead. As part of that process, this fall, WIPO will launch a high-level conversation on the potential and challenges of expanding the availability of IP finance. And I invite you each to attend. In addition to building the evidence base for those figuring out how to create an environment on the supply side, we're also working on the demand side to help those engaged in facilitating the transactions. To ensure innovators and financiers understand their worth, they need access to valuation professionals like yourselves, individuals who understand the purpose and the language of intangible assets. As ICAI's valuation standards point out, the importance of valuing these assets arises from the fact that the reported net worth of a business may not reflect its true value. This hidden value can make it harder for companies laden with intangibles, but without many other assets, grow. Further complicating matters, as the same valuation standard points out, is that the value can depend on the purpose of the valuation. But for those of you tuning in today, you play an incredibly important role to demystify the value of those assets and help those engaged in the space make important decisions about how to move forward and what to lend. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have a part to play in innovating for a better future. The exchanges that take place today are critical to maximizing the potential that can be achieved through creativity protected by intangible assets. And with that, the possibilities for India's innovators are limitless. On behalf of the World Intellectual Property Organization, I wish you an incredibly successful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alison, ma'am. It would be a great honor to listen to your thoughts. It is really inspiring and very helpful to our participants. I would like to extend my thanks to you from ICAI as well and from CECL committee of ICAI. Thank you so much for your time and accepting our invitation for being here for today. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would like to call Nayan sir to extend the vote of thanks.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. I have been really grateful to understand a lot of initiatives which the WIPO and the other countries are taking for education and the finance role in the IPR. I think India is lacking more on the awareness and the valuation and the financial part, or rather we need to pay more attention in India to the economic aspects of the IPR, and that's what the CA Institute can play a major role, and you really emphasize it very nicely. So nice of you. And on behalf of ICAI, I really propose a hearty vote of thanks for taking out your valuable time and really contributing to this session very, very profitably. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure. And I think what you do, your organization does, is so incredibly important. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to introduce Ms. Nayan J. Rawal, sir.
I think so. Mr. Subramanian is connecting, madam.
1 second. Let me.
Yeah.
Subramanian, sir, are you there?
He's unmute. He's
yes, just joined. Due to some other official work, I am able to join. And also, I'm traveling now, not a problem. Anyway, it's connected.
So you are here, sir. You are not audible to me.
Is it?
No, he's able to hear it. I'll be able to hear him. Don't worry.
Okay. I would like to call Dr. S.P. Subramanian, Deputy Controller of Patent and Design Office from Chennai. He's worked as a government analyst for 7 years in Central Drug Laboratory, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Kolkata, and then 2 years as a quality control officer for the agriculture produce in the Ministry of Agriculture and Corporations. For the past 21 years working in the patent office, Chennai, Ministry of Commerce and Industry in various capacity. The work involved to grant a patent for the patent applications field in India. Many important patent cases such as anti-cancer drug, Gleevec, HIV drug, Velkite, etc. are refused in India, even though it was granted more than 40 countries. One of the members to attend the UN Council Standing Committee on Patents to negotiate various matters pertaining to patents on behalf of India. So now I would like to extend this dice to SP Subramanian sir to share his thoughts with the participants. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm sorry I was held up in one another program and then it was delayed. Even now I am traveling. Even then I would like to participate in this program as I accepted. But once again I apologize for the delay in joining. But thank you very much for the opportunity and invitation to me to participate in this program. Wish you all a good World Intellectual Property Day greetings. The 26th April is fixed for celebrating World Intellectual Property Day. Is the commencement of WIPO by the conventions. That is the reason we are celebrating on 26th April. And this IPR Day celebrated how IPs impact on the daily life and also to celebrate the societies across the globe. The theme of the year, this year, but every year, 2000, there is a theme. This year theme is IP and youth, innovation for better future. The kind of word IP and youth, youth will be the pillar of the nation, and young mind always creates and innovates more. So the society expects more from the youngsters, young minds. And according to the WIPO announcement this year, before announcing the theme, it declared across the globe, young people are stepping up to innovation challenges, using their energy and ingenuity, their curiosity and creativity to steer a course towards a better future. Intellectual property is a creation of mind. Somebody asks, sir, I have an idea. Can I take it as a intellectual property? Or can I register my idea in any of the IP offices? This is a question from many people we receive in this office while we are sitting in the inquiry area. No idea can be protected in any form of the intellectual property, right? Only if it is converted into a literary artistic work or any sculpture or poem or any book or any musical notation, or if it is an invention, the idea can be converted into innovation to good products, or it can be converted into a design, or that idea maybe you can convert for your business as a logo or a symbol that can be protected. But merely the idea cannot be protected. But now it is August audience, everyone is from account side, auditing and account side, because it is very important area, accounting and auditing, the finance department, they should know the basics of IP at least. Whenever they want to invest or they divert their ideas, they change their business into one into other. They need the IPs. Say, for example, if any a person want to start a company, he first has to register in the company, register company, or maybe a partnership firm, or maybe a proprietor firm. For selling his product, he requires IP. That is trademark. And the question may come: can I use the company name which I registered uh, in the register of company office, or I need a mark to market my product? See, there are different kinds of trademarks. Any name or a number or numeral or pattern, or these can be claimed as a trademark. Say, for example, Tata is a name, Godrej is a name. Say, for example, 555 is a number, and 777 is a number. These can be used as a trademark, or letters, BMW, ICICI, these are letters. These can be also used as a trademark. So whenever they start any company, it requires some identity to sell their product, so that they can create a goodwill among people or his clients, so that the trademark value can be increased over a period of time. So for this, IP is required. Suppose he want to change the design, he want to make attractive design before he's doing market, he want to protect it, or the company proprietor or the directors may not know whether the new design can be protected or not. As you are taking care of the accountancy, if they come across with such a doubt for making a trademark, and then suppose if they changes the design from the original design, some innovative design, that can be registered under Designs Act. And if the company is a manufacturing company, they do some job works, or on contract basis they do. During that period, they may innovate some easy method of doing it, easy method of reaching the product with economically. So that process or the method can be protected under IP, where the company regularly doing the job work can be protected with this IP, so that it can protect the intellectual property right. So these three are very important IPs for companies. And whenever they sell the product, they prepare the documents, as maybe user manual, or maybe for circulation, for an advertisement. So these can be protected under copyright. So each creativity can be registered separately in a different office. Trademark office located in 5 places in India. One each at metros. The 5th one is in Ahmedabad. For filing a patent application, there are 4 offices in 4 metros. For filing design, they can file it in all the 4 offices, but the processing office only at Calcutta. So these basic requirements, these chartered accountant, at least they should know to at least guide their clients. But based on the nature of the creativity, say for example, patent is for the technology. If there is changes in the technology, maybe a product, or maybe a process, or maybe a combination of the things, that can be protected under patents. If it is a design, only the aesthetic look they are changing, maybe in jewelry, or maybe in other areas. Somebody maybe in the textile business, or garment business, cloths, or maybe in any part of the component, if it is sold in the market separately, these products can be applied under Design Act. Now, in 2016, 18th May, Union Cabinet approved National IPR Policy. Today, future roadmap for IPR in India. The committee recognized, the IPR committee recognized abundance of creative and innovative energies, lot of energies in India. We want to convert all this energy into IPs, maybe patents or designs or trademarks. They need to channelize these energies into IPs. It started with 7 objectives, National IPR Policy. The first objective is awareness. There are many areas it has not yet reached. The one area I can say, chartered accountants, many of the chartered accountants I discuss or come across, they are having little knowledge on IPs. They should be enlightened time to time. They have to be given training because they are advising the companies financially. So they should at least know the basic requirements and basic things of IP. The first object was making awareness. The awareness, through awareness only, we can convert all the energies, all the innovations into a patent, into IP. For increasing the awareness, the Government of India has started CIFAM. It is a cell for IPR promotion and management. The duty of the CIFAM is to make a public awareness, filing the application through facilitators, providing platform to commercialize. And they are the coordinator between many departments so that any inventor can smoothly pass his application and exploit his invention in India. And for making awareness, in 8th December 2021, Government of India started a program called NIFM, National IPR Awareness Mission, aiming to provide awareness to 1 million students, starting from 8th standard to 12th standard, and colleges and universities. Almost in all the regions, we have crossed over 0.5 million students we have already completed. The second objective is generation of IP. After awareness of components of intellectual property rights to the colleges and universities, and it is next objective to create or generate IP from these colleges. We have several engineering colleges and institutes and medical colleges and top engineering college institutes, government-owned institutes and private institute universities. But a conversion of IP from the research work was very poor. So it is the idea of the government to convert all the research work or maximum research work, whatever be eligible to protect in any form of the IP, have to be converted and generate IP. And the third objective, when they file protect their IP, there should be a better legal and legislative framework to protect the public interest and public health. We have made many changes in the Patent Act, and also to protect the biological material of India. The Government of India enacted Biodiversity Act, and they have created a database to protect and protect traditional knowledge of India, which should not be copied by many multinational companies. Then the fourth objective is administration and management. Patent Office, the modernization of the Patent Office, and all the IP is under one umbrella. Earlier, Copyright Office was under Human Resource and Development. Now, it has come under Controller General of patents and designs. So bringing all the IPs in under one umbrella and modernization, the facility in the patent office should be at par with the other countries, other patent offices. And the fifth IP created in India, other than trademark, other than design, the patents filed by Indians, any academic institutions, are not commercialized, are not used. It is like a paper patent. They simply frame and hang it on the wall, but it is not used properly. It is not commercialized. So the invention should be, patent shall be commercially viable patents. That type of quality research work we have to make. And for making a commercialization of IP, and the government of India has made the rules and regulations. Value and economic reward need to be given for the innovators, and the entrepreneurs shall be encouraged, and the system should connect the investors. And the very gray area, and which is not there much there in India, is IP, valuation of IP. Suppose I file a patent and I obtain a patent, I do not know whether it can be commercialized or it is commercially viable, or will it, whether it will be a successful product in the market. This valuation of IP we have to inculcate, and then this formula we have to find out, and we have to strengthen our IP system, valuation of IP. Only audit can make whether this evaluation, whether the particular product can be reached in the market or it's commercially viable or not. So this area, they should give support to the entrepreneurs, and they should be, give advice to the investors, and local technology. They should encourage the indigenous technology, and they should develop in-house and Indian technologies. The sixth object of IP policy is enforcement and adjudication. It was informed to all the state governments to start IPR cells in the state police forces, so that any theft or infringement or copy of the IP shall be, the people shall be punished. An IPR workshop need to be given to the judges, because not only in the accounts area, many of the judges they also lack of IPR knowledge, because they day-to-day deal with the civil and criminal and other related works, and and also they have to set up. We have to set up a special code for dealing the IP related matters. Finally, the seventh object is to make a human capital development. Means many IP knowledge people should come. We have to create. We have to make the people. We have to train the people, so that they can advise the company or the individuals how to protect their IPs. Because we are lack of people. Very few patent agents are there. People working in the field. So therefore, many human capital development is required. This is the seventh object of national IPR policy. But apart from this, government policies, the institutions, maybe it may be R&D institute, or it may be a company, or it may be an academic institution, they should have a IP cells, and the IP awareness should reach a student level. But most of the awareness program, we observe the faculties are missing. Only even the first year student or some other organizers will be there. But the faculty should attend. we have to make the faculties to attend the program so that they can, if they know IPs, the importance of patents, importance of designs, they can create, they can teach their students so that we can get better output from each department, each R&Ds, each institutions. And we have to find out the problems, why such institutions are not creating any IPs. The problem may be as such. Suppose if you want to develop any product, they have to search and start. Around 25% of the revenue is going waste because it is not properly searched before starting the research work. Search is very important requirement before any research work, before starting any product. Suppose you want to manufacture any product which is already in the market, first you go for a search, a free to operate search, whether any patent protection is there for a particular product or not. Why? Because from 2015, the strong product patent regime as enforced in India. So better research before start manufacturing such a product. For making a search, you go to patent information, that is patent databases of the respective country or Indian Patent Office. You can visit ipindia.nic.in. In all field of technology, you can search and you can retrieve full document and you can find who is the owner, whether the ownership has changed or not. So all this information you can find out from Indian website. If you want to search globally, better you search in European patent database, which is collection of more than 70 countries data are incorporated in that European net.com. You can retrieve the whole document and you can also understand and you the patent, the family, which countries they have already filed or protected all information, basic information you can have in the website. And the next part is preparation of the document. Suppose if it is related to trademark, the preparation of document is different. All the details are available in the IP India website. At a trademark, you can go and you can check the frequently asked questions. You can understand many things, or you can call the respective trademark office in your region to clarify your doubt. If it is a patent document, the preparation of document a little bit difficult than the designs and the trademark document. And find out a closely related patent already published or granted document and keep it as an example, and accordingly you can prepare for your invention. And you while preparing the document, you have to emphasize your value addition and what novelty or any incremental you have made the known product. That also you have to take care. After filing all these things, whether the company or the individual can directly file to the patent office, or they want to go through the agents, maybe a patent agent or trademark agent. So you can advise accordingly. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Sir, it has been such an honor to listen your vivid talk on this. And I would like to extend my thanks from ICAI and thanks from CECL committee of ICAI as well for sparing your time and giving your such an valuable talks on this. Thank you so much, Subramaniam sir. I would like to call Nayan sir to extend his thanks.
Mr. Subramaniam, thank you very much for contributing to this session. And I know how much the Deputy Controller of Patents have a responsibility. I have appeared before you in the Chennai Patent Office. So I know how much so I know how much patent controller has to travel and all that. But with that also, and you are so much committed that you even logged in from your mobile, and that is something worth appreciating. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Still traveling.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nayan sir. Now I would like to call Nayan J. Rawal sir for his deliberation, his session. Before his session will start, I would like to let everyone know about Nayan sir. He has more than 23 years of experience in the field of corporate law and IPR practice, focused on the patent and design, trademarks, copyrights, and IP laws. And he is rich in experience in counseling and advising clients regarding creation, protection, and commercialization of intellectual property rights consultancy and strategy, conducting an IP audit, valuation of IP, public issue management, and competition law. In the field of IP, he has prospected more than 800 trademarks application, has prospected more than 50 patent in the subject of pharmaceuticals and medical, electronic, information technology, mechanical, more than 50 designs, and more than 50 copyrights for individuals, corporates, and SMEs. Speakers in various conferences of ICAI, ICSI, Engineering Institute, or importance of IP. So now I would like to call Nayan sir for taking this session.
Thank you, Deepika ji. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Can I have a share screen, because I'm going to give a little bit of presentation, and my focus will be on more to the economics and the financial aspects of the IPR, or rather the economic, commercial, and the financial aspects of the IPR. That is what the chartered accountants are supposed to look after it. I have a belief that IP is something where everybody has a scope in this world. It could be a technical person, it could be a legal person, it could be a commercial person, it could be a financial person. So everybody has some or other role to play in intellectual property, and that's why intellectual property is something going to be a great importance in the years to come, and that's going to be the great backbone of every country's economy. So can I have a share screen?
1 second, sir. Jay, please help Nayan sir on this.
Oh, I have to open my PPT and then share the screen.
Yes, sir.
I'll do that. Just give me 2 minutes. Are everybody able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's what going to be the journey today for the whatever time is allotted to me. I'll try to do the best about it. And what is the objective is, or what are the outcome of the learning from my session today is going to be that how innovation is the infrastructure for IP. That's what we'll try to understand. Innovation is something, that's what even the theme of today is, that innovation for the future. So innovation is going to be the biggest infrastructure for IP. Innovation is actually infrastructure for IP. Why IP asset management is needed? What is IP asset management and its constituents? How to implement IP asset management. So that's where IP asset, when I say it comes in, or it is covering all the 3 aspects. That's the economic aspects, the commercial aspects, and also the valuation and the other financial aspects of the IPR. That's what I'm trying to tell about through my learning experiences and some case studies which I have come across and have studied that how organizations have really leveraged their IPR for the purpose of business and enhancing the business value. Yeah. Now, that's the most important concept for IPR to understand. Imagination is more important than knowledge. And that's the trigger point of IPR. This is what I have learned from WIPO. Yeah. WIPO has taught me that imagination is more important than knowledge. I have read a book on the economic aspects of IPR of the directorate of head of WIPO, that was Kamal Idris. He has written a beautiful book, and that's where I have learned about this, that imagination is more important than knowledge. That's what Albert Einstein says, that once you apply your imagination to the knowledge, you create an intangible or an intellectual property. So let's understand basically what is the concept of intellectual property. Dr. Subramaniam has really given the insight of what exactly are types of IPR, or what is the IPR, how it functions. So let us have a little bit of a reverse journey as to what is intellectual property, types of intellectual property, and how do we really have them in the day-to-day life for the purpose of increasing the business value. So what is intellectual property? It means the legal rights resulted from intellectual activity in the industrial, scientific, literary and artistic field. It's a cluster of legally recognized rights associated with innovation and creativity, the works of mind as against the physical product, land and other tangible resources. So if you connect what Albert Einstein has said, that imagination is more important than knowledge. So when you apply your imagination and you do some kind of intellectual activity, maybe it in industrial field, scientific field, even a literary field, or even an artistic field, you create IPR. Today, I am of opinion that IP is associated with everybody. Like I have a concept in my mind which is called IP and U, and that U includes basically broadly the three biggest segment of the human life. One is individual, and individual is absolutely associated with IP. It could be even a housewife. She also creates intellectual property. Like if you see a very famous cook called Tarla Dalal, she had so many books on the recipes. She was just a housewife, but she created a huge intellectual property. Then you have, even in artistic field, there are lots of people who have made IP as their main course for the purpose of their career and the business growth. So if you see what imagination is applied when to industrial, scientific, literary and artistic field, it creates an intangible. This intangible has to be protected through a legally recognized acts, and it is associated with innovation and your creativity. The work of mind as against physical product, land and other tangible resources. Like I'll tell you, a small mineral water bottle, the concept of small mineral water bottles. Let's assume that a mineral water bottle. When I was a college student, I have never had this type of product in my life. We used to drink water from common tap, or from canteens, or from hotels, or from a common place. We were not worried about so much of hygiene. But with the time changing, the hygiene has become an important factor. And water is being sold as a product. So is that water a common water? Is that a tap water? No, it's a treated, technologically treated water. Is the shape of the bottle same everywhere? No, it's not the same. And if there is no brand, or there is no label on that water bottle, nobody will buy that. So actually somebody thought that water can be converted into a commercial product. That's what the work of mind as against the physical product, land and other issues. So it was actually in his mind. And when he applied imagination to his knowledge, he created an intellectual property. He created a product which is having constituents as an intellectual property. So that's what is about intellectual property. Or this is actually something, what is actually an intellectual property. Let's understand that formal definition. This is what even I have learned from WIPO. WIPO has given this definition about intellectual property. There are two types of intellectual property. One side we have industrial property, and one side we have copyrights and related rights. What are industrial properties? Let's understand. Now what industrial property means, suppose if you have an invention, you have an innovation or an eligible invention. What are eligible invention is something which is defined in the Patent Act, or as per the principles of the patent law all over the world. It says that if you have novelty, utility and the inventive step on your invention, it can be protected as patent. Like design, configuration, pattern, that is something which is registered as design. That's what Dr. Subramanian was trying to stress upon. Then if you have a brand, it can be protected as trademark. Brands create huge value. Branding today, what has happened with LinkedIn, even personal branding has become very important. You yourself have become a trademark now. On LinkedIn, every human being who tries to become something or other, tries to propagate his profession, tries to propagate himself and his journey, himself is doing branding, and that's what the trademark is all about. Even an individual has become a trademark today. So that's how the products, when they have branding to that products, it is called trademark. Then we have geographical indications. Geographical indication is a kind of property which is associated with something which is called appellations or origins. Appellations of origins means exactly there are some kinds of product which have significance attached to their features and characteristics in terms of geographical region. That is, these products have some features and characteristics which are actually associated to the geographical region, and that geographical region has that creativity, and that is can be done there only. Like I'll tell you the best example for geographical indication is the Darjeeling tea or tequila. Tequila is actually made up of agave leaf, and that is only cultivated in Mexico. Darjeeling tea can be only cultivated in Darjeeling. You cannot have the same types of Darjeeling tea anywhere else other than the Darjeeling. Or say Alfonso mango. Today there's a season of mango now. Alfonso mango. We have a geographical indication protection for all the mangoes which are grown from Goa to Palghar. They are designated as Alfonso mangoes or Apus. What do you call it? So this is then one more kind of intellectual property. Then we have trade secrets. The biggest trade secrets is the formula of Coca-Cola. They have never patented it. But Coca-Cola has a huge history in the economics and the commercial aspects of IPR. So trade secret is something which is another kind of where you do not actually get registered anything but still protect it as an IPR. That's the wonder of trade secrets. Then we have integrated circuits, which is called semiconductor chips also. Semiconductor chips is something which is actually again a technical product which creates convergence of technology, which help in creating the convergence of technology. In convergence of technology, what I particularly want to convey is that your mobile is doing everything. It's not only helpful for communication, or it's not only helpful for talking. It does the work of a camera. It does the work of a computer. It does the work of a messenger. It does the work of a postman. It does the work of delivery of messages. So this convergence of technology happens because of semiconductor chips. And these are convergence of semiconductor chips are used in various industries. The semiconductor chips have a huge application in automobile, in textile, in healthcare, everywhere. It's said that India is likely to become a hub for semiconductor chips because its ability to do the designing of the topography. What is protected in the integrated circuit or a semiconductor chip is the topography. That's the design of the semiconductor chips. And that's what is called as in one more kind of intellectual property in the category of industrial property. On the other side, we have copyrights and related rights. This is the most neglected intellectual property as far as India is concerned. We have copyrights and related rights. Copyrights subsist when you create any kind of creativity and it is defined as a work. Copyright subsists in work. What are the work which actually recognize copyright? It could be literary work, it could be dramatic work, it could be artistic work, it could be musical work, it could be a cinematographic film. These are the 4 to 5 categories which actually were copyright graded, like literary work, any kind of content. Like content has become something huge thing today. It has become absolutely a huge product in itself. Like Harry Potter, Rowling created a history out of literary work, and she is actually having a huge battery of IP lawyers who are actually trying to protect her literary work of Harry Potter. Dramatic work, dramas, they are adapted either from the literary work or they are adapted from a script or something which is original. Artistic work, sculptures, paintings, photography, these are all also protected as music. Oh, music has become such a big issue everywhere. Music is something which has become a life of so many people. Yeah. So music is again one kind of copyright which can be protected as copyright and it can be commercialized for the purpose of business. Filmmaking has various aspects. It also has dramatic work, it also has literary work, and that is all converted into different kind of things get attached to a final work, which is called a film or cinematography. So again, a copyright. Rights related to performers, broadcasters, and sound recorders. These are called related rights. Like, would have Lata Mangeshkar only sang without the music? Would have loved that music? Or you just imagine only a music without the voice of Lata Mangeshkar. So these are the performers and broadcasters' rights or sound recorders' rights, which are related to the main copyright. So this is briefly what I have tried to give an overview of intellectual property. There are going to be speakers who are going to talk about this subject in detail. So that's why I'm not taking that much in detail. My purpose is to show the economic and the commercial aspects of the IPR. Yeah. Now that's where the whole thing starts, a new phase of innovations. Now this is the index of components of S&P 500 market values. These are some companies' valuation or stakeholders' valuation in terms of physical assets as well as the intangible assets. It's right from 1975 to 2020. See how the physical assets importance has diminished and how the importance of intangible has increased today right from 75. Today, everything is actually an intangible asset. Everything is all about intellectual property. Like knowledge, information, these are all become raw material of today. Without knowledge and information, you cannot succeed anywhere in your career path. It could be even your job, it could be even a business, it could be anything else. That's what the contribution of an organization is. See, organization is having in S&P index to 2020 showing almost 90% as intangible assets. It's only 10% which is the physical assets. Yeah. Now, innovation and IP does not come on a very first day. It has to be developed as a culture. You cannot say that we will start doing IP from today itself. IP needs patience. Innovation also needs time. You need to have innovation as a culture. You cannot have innovation like that. It's a structured process for creating innovation culture. What is the structured process for innovating innovation culture is? First, you have an creativity in place. You have a system to create phase. You have a first phase where you try to create something. You try to create a knowledge base. Then you protect that knowledge base and then you leverage that or factor it with the help of a business model or a business strategy in your business. That's what is my perception of an innovation and IP as a culture. If you have to develop innovation and IP as a culture and you nearly lead to success on the basis of your IP, you need to follow these 3-step processes. Create phase, protect phase, and the leverage phase. IP ecosystem or a value chain. That's what exactly we try to explain. When you create something, you protect and exploit and manage. If you do these 4 activities, you will be able to really handle 3 challenges of any kind of business. Once, you will be able to handle the competition. So you will have a competitive advantage. Second, it will lead to a growth. And together, this two will give you a huge access to the good profitability. So IP and ecosystem as a value chain it is. So you create something, you protect something, and then you exploit and manage. That is very important. So this is a complete ecosystem for IP, or this is a complete ecosystem and value chain for IP. IP commercialization. Commercialization is a process of bringing any type of intellectual property to the market. Like creating IP is one aspect, and leveraging that IP, you create it, you protect it, and leveraging of IP, all 2 together has to follow a systematic process. Like Amazon has not themselves innovated anything, but they took the innovation in the right way. They created a business model against the innovation, or they created an absolutely, and they had an innovation and they created a IP strategy around that innovation, and then they took the concept to the market, and that's where the Amazon is where it is today. You should adopt this as a sound business strategy that encompasses all the IP. You need to understand that it could be one product and many IPR. If you have one product, it has to be protected from all the angles. If it is required, you take a patent. If it is required, you take even a design. If it is required, you do patent, trademark also. You do all the kinds of intellectual property, encompasses everything in the product, and that product has to have a business strategy when you take it to the market. That's one of the important aspects of the IP commercialization. Choose the most appropriate tools for IP. Like whether you want to exploit that IP on your own, you want to have a licensing model, or you want to actually assign to somebody and do business. There are some companies who are just doing research and development work. They don't actually do any kind of manufacture, but they have a turnover to the extent of $200 million. There are companies who are associated with Intel. There are companies which are associated to IBM. They do nothing. They just do a basic research work for Intel and IBM. So that's also one of the strategies. So they use appropriate tool for their whatever IP they create. Or IBM and Intel actually does that. They actually acquire the IP and then commercialize it. So acquisition is also one of the appropriate tool for IP. You may not be able to create IP. You create it. Like there are people and examples where we have universities selling IP. Stanford University is most famous for this. Stanford University has one of the model of actually doing an R&D, doing a research, and then selling it to the companies. There's a huge association between the universities and the corporates for actually doing the IP work. But so universities just do the back-end research work and give it to the corporates. Like Coca-Cola has a huge association with Idaho University for so many years on the technology aspects of the IP. So that's also one of the appropriate tool which you should consider for the purpose of intellectual property. Factor your IP in the business plan itself. You need to factor it itself in the business plan. You cannot say that one morning I'll just we'll bring an IP. You cannot do that. IP is something which is a thoughtful process. You need to go step by step. That's the role of IP in business plan. Identify IP, secure IP, register the IP, protect the IP, and exploit. And that's where management, operation, and growth come. This slide can be best explained through a case study, and that's the case study of Gillette. When Gillette was actually doing a twin blade technology, they had many designs in front of them, and they didn't know which design is going to be the most successful in the world. They were not aware which design will success in the market. So they said, let's create a wall of IP. They created a huge wall of IP. They protected all the designs which they had. They launched the first twin blade technology and it was very successful. And they thought that absolutely fine. Now, the best strategy they applied for this in their business model is that before the sale of first technology or first product went down, they introduced the second product. Before the sale of second product went down, they introduced the third product. Before the sale of third product went down, they introduced the fourth product. So that's where we have twin blade technology, Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 2, 1, 3, 4. What they did is that because of all the huge wall of IP they created, they adopted an appropriate tool for that IP and they didn't allow any competitor to enter this market. Today, twin blade technology is always only known as Gillette means twin blade technology, and twin blade technology means Gillette as a brand for that. That's how you factor IP and business strategy. That's how you do IP and business strategy. That's how you do IP commercialization. IP as an asset management is a systematic management of different IP assets that protect one or more product lines or business aspects. This is from the organization point of view. It is the quantification of previously mysterious IP efforts enabling measurement and objective evaluation of investment scenarios. If you have a great IP, like particularly for SMEs and startups, if you have a great IP system, you will have a good investor coming to you. An investor will always look upon what is the knowledge base which you have and what is the protection of that knowledge which you have, what kind of IP you are going to create and what's the competitive advantage with this IP you are going to have in the market. So investment scenario, IP asset management becomes very important. What is IP management and its constituents? IP management has three things as their constituent. IP as an integral part of a business plan. That's what we saw with the Gillette case study. And IP as a policy. We are having HR policy. We are having sales policy. We are having marketing policy. We should also have IP policy. To this extent, I would say that India absolutely in 2016 took a bold step for having a national IP policy. That's what Dr. Subramanian was telling about. And in that, we have various efforts which we are taking to spread the awareness of the IP, to spread the education of IP, to make IP as a robust system for the purpose of economy and the business growth. Same way, if the country can have an IP policy, organizations should also have an IP policy. That IP policy will factor those things which I told in the manner that IP as an evaluation can be a culture. So IP policy will actually give you a broad pathway or a broad guidelines as to how are you going to create that culture. So that's where the important is IP policy. IP policy is something which will encourage kind of innovation to the smallest floor person to the board of directors. Even the board of directors needs to get involved in the process of IP. It is something that what they will do, they will take decision that IP has to be a part of the organization, then only it will happen. And that is only possible if you have an IP. Because IP policy is something which is going to give you the commitment of an organization to the innovation and protection and the leverage of the IP. Then we have IP audit. Now, IP audit is not like tax audit or a statutory audit which we do as a chartered accountants. IP audit is something which is actually a landscaping of IP. It's actually what IP we have, what we can have, what are profitable ways to have IP, whether we do not have IP or we have less earning of IP. So how do we really leverage? How do we really manage those IP? It's something which is a great questions to be agreed. I'll have a process for IP. IP audit is done for various purposes and objectives. But IP audit is something which is also a very important aspect of intellectual property asset management. And that's where the finance people and the management people are going to play a great role. Then we have IP valuation. IP valuation is something which is actually debated everywhere in the world. Now, what is IP valuation is something which I'll tell you at a later stage because I have devoted slides for that. Actually, what do you do in IP valuation? Let's see what is IP audit. IP audit is a systematic review of the IP owned, used, acquired by a business so as to assess and manage risks, remedy problems, and implement best practices in the IP asset management. Let's understand it's a review. It's not of an kind what does a transaction happen and we are authenticating or verifying that transaction. That is what statutory and the tax audit or your finance audit does. This is actually a review. It's not actually a kind of verification process. It is completely review that what is IP which we are owning. And believe me, this IP owned could be even unregistered IP. There are so many hidden, unregistered, intangible assets that something is actually which is going to become very important. Like one particular person is of real great importance for an organization and he moves out of your organization. It's just a problem. Like we have, seen the CEOs of good companies going out and that becomes a hot matter of debate in the commercial newspapers that, oh, this CEO is moved out. So actually he's also an IP. So it is not the registered IP which is going to be the part of the IP of it. Even an unregistered IP, that could be your dealer's network. That could be your vendor's network. The most important is data. Data is absolutely a huge IP which is going to be important for an organization. What are the data? Yeah, Facebook, Google have their own data and that data is actually an IP. Data has become so important today. There are people who are going to only focus on data as a science. Data has become a very big product. As I told you that with advent of internet, information and knowledge has become raw material. So whoever has created products out of that information and knowledge, that are also kind of IP only. So it's not only those IP which we have seen formally, which are protectable. It could be even unregistered IP. That's what the broad perspective of IP audit is. The broad perspective of IP audit is actually you are doing a landscaping of IP. You're actually doing the landscaping of all the IP. How much we have spent for creating that IP? How much did we leverage and got out of it? And how much we are going to get it in future? Or what we should do to add and dimension to the existing IP so that we keep on earning. These are some factors which are absolutely, it's basically a complete commercial and economic evaluation of what you're doing as an IP as a culture. The IP audit involves undertaking a comprehensive review of companies' IC assets, related agreements, policies, compliance procedure, everything. Everything. So IP audit will include IP due diligence also. But IP due diligence has a limited role of whether we have a statutory right to all the IPs which we have created. So when you look beyond the statutory provision, it has a very comprehensive, absolutely a process which is involved in IP audit. Now, types of IP, the audit, that's what exactly it is. Generally, there are 3 types of audit. The general purpose of IP audit could be a part of review. We are doing it review, internal review it is. Event-driven IP audit. Either we are selling our business, or we are acquiring somebody's business, or we are aligning with somebody. That's the event-driven. Transaction-focused IP audit. We are doing a single transaction. We are saying that this brand, we have not absolutely owned that much. We have not leveraged that much. But somebody else can leverage it better. So we are just doing a single transaction of an IP. I'll explain you. I have a case study of Pliva at the end, at later. How that Pliva actually did a single transaction of IP and how did they survive and how did Pfizer got benefited out of it. I'll come to that case study and that's where I'll explain how transaction focused IP audit are also important. IP valuation. An intangible asset is an identifiable non-monetary asset without physical substance held for use in production or supply of goods or services for rental to others for the administrative purpose. So intangible asset is an unidentifiable non-monetary asset without physical substance held for use in production or supply of goods or services for rental or to others for administrative purpose. Then how do you value IP? We have a habit of looking valuation from the point of physical process. Here we have something which is not a physical. It's an intangible. So how do you value these assets? That's the process of IP valuation. So there are 3 attributes for intangible. Identifiability. Identifiability is very important. Like suppose I will give you a hypothetical example. Zomato does not own any restaurant. Or that matter, Swiggy also does not actually own any restaurants. But they are very famous for restaurant business. So what you will do? Their identity is with the restaurant business. So we need to identify where their existence is. And now Zomato and Swiggy has started doing the delivery people also. So they are actually not, now they are moved out from hotel to groceries or they may move out to something else. So you have to see the purpose and objective for which you are doing the valuation. Second is control. Who is having the control of this IP? It could be a license IP. It could be an or say master franchisee is not the owner of IP. He is just a license. So how much licensing rights he has? And the future economic benefit. These are the 3 attributes for intangible asset which has to be considered for the valuation. You cannot independently value IP because it is mixed with the business. So if you take out a business value and out of that business value, you say what is the contribution of my IP in the form of a brand, in form of a technology. Had I not had this brand, had I not had this technology, would I have been successful for this? So what's the contribution of these 2 things to my total business valuation? And that's the extraction theory which we call in IP valuation. You extract the value of intangibles in your business contribution. This is one of the aspects. Like suppose I'm going to enter a toothpaste market with a new brand and that brand is, say, suppose Binaka. Binaka was a very famous brand. It was a very famous brand of toothpaste. Today it is not existing. It does not have a sales associated to it. So I would have value it. Suppose I stand with that brand in toothpaste market, how much I am going to earn in next 3 years? How much I am going to have my market share in next 3 years with this brand in toothpaste market? That's the future economic benefit. So that is also one of the points which is to be considered for the purpose of IP. This is my perception about IP valuation. First, you need to identify, you need to understand what is the IP, what is it contributing, how much control that the IP owner has over that IP. Suppose I do a patent registration and tomorrow I am very successful. After 5 years, somebody comes and attacks, Baba, you violated my patent. You need to really see how it is happening. So IP valuation is a science in itself. It's an art in itself, and it all depends the purpose and objective for which you are doing. Like I do IP valuation for the purpose of investment, that's a different criteria. I do IP valuation for the purpose of claiming damages, that's a different criteria. I do IP valuation for the purpose of sale of my IP, that's a different purpose and objectives. So the thing is that IP valuation is going to play a very important role for the purpose of balance sheets. Like just imagine, we do not have system of taking IP on the balance sheets. If you see the annual report of Reliance Industries, there were some almost 19 pages where they had 139 brands which they were owning. They had reported in their annual report. What could be the purpose of reporting the brands which an organization is owning in their annual report? Annual report is all about the balance sheets and audit report and a corporate governance report, notice, directors report and everything. Why they have given this? That's also the reporting. Reporting comes because the valuation has to come. Or it could give the dimension to the valuation, or it could give you an indication to somebody who's going to value that. Tomorrow you will be actually reporting all the IPs. Like today we have reporting of various things. We are even going to have a concept of ESG, environment, social and governance. Same way we will have either of these three where we'll have to put an IP valuation or we'll have to put an IP owned by an organization. The time is not far away where IP will be taken on the balance sheet. Just imagine those 139 brands, if they're valued and taken on the balance sheet of Reliance, what could be the market capitalization of Reliance? So that's a different perspective and different dimension for the purpose of IP valuation. I have some case studies to share with you to explain whatever I have done as an IP asset management or whatever I have understood as an IP asset management. The first study of Zithromine's story. There was a company, Croatian company, Pliva, which was a struggling entity in 80s and 90s. But it had a patent on an antibiotic which is called azithromycin. Pfizer scientists happened to stumble upon Pliva's patent in 81 while searching through the patent document in USPTO. What exactly has happened in this, I'll tell you. That the Pfizer, a very professionally managed company, and their R&D decided to launch an antibiotic in the form of azithromycin. Azithromycin was the main, zithromycin was the main drug, which was an antibiotic and which they wanted to launch as a product. So they did the systematic way. They actually did the kind of planning for the purpose of research. They said that this is the time which will take for the research. Then we have time for development. Then we will do a kind of a market study. Then we will launch it. We will have a break even. So like that, they had a spread of almost 2 years or more than 2 years for doing everything and then taking the product to the market. Everything was approved. The board of directors approved everything. The finance budget was approved. The technical budget was approved. The technical system was approved. Everything was approved. Systematically, everything was followed. When the finance people wanted to do their own due diligence internally about how much they are going to earn out of this product after the break even, They were trying to understand what are other people other people earning out of this product. And at that time, they stumbled upon this patent which was belonging to Pliva. So they went to inquire with Pliva, what exactly you are doing with this product and how much you had the earning. And there was surprising answer they got. Pliva had actually filed for a bankruptcy. Pliva had actually was in the process of filing bankruptcy. They said we could not operationally manage the company. Something went wrong at the operational level, and we are going to file for an insolvency or bankruptcy. So Pfizer people did inquire with Pliva, what are you going to do with this patent? Or what are you going to do with the technology in the form of patent for this azithromycin? He said, we don't know exactly what we could do about it. So that's where Pfizer finance people tricked an idea. They said, why don't you enter into a mutual beneficial licensing agreement where you give us this technology, we'll commercially exploit it. Let us see how far we are successful. And that whole thing was structured properly as a transaction. It's a single transaction of buying an IP. That's what exactly I said, IP audit for a single transaction. They did the complete study, they did the feasibility report, everything, the infringement and the non-infringing process, everything they followed. And they were confident that we can do this. So instead of 3 years, they launched the product in 6 months' time after doing that basic study. And they were successful. Today, azithromycin is the world's best-selling antibiotic, exceeding a sales of $1 billion a year. Now, that is something which is okay, that was expected. But what happened to Pliva is something which is absolutely astonishing. Pliva had actually gone to the boards of winding up or insolvency or bankruptcy, whatever you call it. Today, it has become a biggest R&D company in East Europe. It's not only Pfizer, all the multinationals are actually partnering with Pliva on various research and development in pharmaceutical and biotechnology spaces. That's what the wonder of intellectual property as an asset management. And that's where the economic and the financial aspects of the IPR will come into the picture. Let's understand one IP as a strategy in IP asset management. Dolby is a privately held company quoted in USA. This man had a absolutely passion for sound technology. He was a sound engineer himself, and he was absolutely passionate about sound. So he went on doing his research, and he created something called as analog to digital space for sound technology. Or sound system, what you call. So what we have digital sound technology today is something which Dolby did it. He patented it. Now he knew it very well. Once I patent, the information will be out and people may replicate this technology. So he said, fine, no problem. I'm not worried about it. But he said, why you need to spend? I myself will license this technology to you. You don't need to spend for research and development. I'm ready to, because I'm not going to commercially exploit everywhere in this world. It's not basically possible for me. He was very clear that where he can exploit. So he had a very clear indication of the geography where he's not going to go personally to exploit this patented technology. But then he did one important thing, that he made his technology married to a brand which he created. He created a brand and he actually branded that technology. And he said, when you want to take license, you will have to take license for both the things. It's not only patent which I'm going to license it, I'm going to even license my trademark. So if you want the technology license, you will have to take the license of the brand also. So he was very much clear that somebody can create technology, but somebody cannot create the same kind of brand which I have created. And that's what the clear IP strategy in the IP as an asset management. And then he made married to the technology. Like today also, we have also learned from it. If you see on the bikes, what are bikes now sold? You have a word called DTSI. Actually, it's the DTSI is the branding of that technology, that delayed internal combustion system. Something like that. So that's what is very important. Now, this is a unique kind of IP asset management where you brand the technology and licensing both. So you have a unique kind of licensing model. Unique kind of licensing model. Everybody knows what is licensing of IP, but this is a model created by Dolby. And today, that 2/3 of its revenue only comes from licensing products. So that's also one of the IP asset management aspects. This is a very famous story in the IP industry. We call it as a Kodak's disaster story. One thing I want to make it and reiterate to everybody in this that we need to respect somebody's IP. That's the first concept we should understand. It's very important that we need to respect others' IP. If you know that he is having IP, respect that IP. Don't try to tweak and copy the technology. You will be in trouble. You will be in trouble. And that's what exactly happened to Kodak. Kodak did not pay much attention to the cluster of patents related to instant camera technology, which was a small rival company called Polaroid had patented it. Actually, Polaroid people were part of the Kodak's organization. They were working with Kodak and they had actually developed a kind of an technology which was all about instant camera technology. In those days, camera technology was a very conventional technology. We take a photograph and you get it next day. These people had developed an instant camera technology where you click a photo and maybe say for 2 hours or 1 hour, you get that photographs. So Kodak said that this may not be that useful. I don't know if they had doubt about the success of this technology. So they rejected it. These people went out, patented it, and they launched their own product. Now Polaroid was successful and it was actually getting, but it was a very small organization. So Kodak actually neglected that patent that they had. And they also started manufacturing instant camera technology. Now what could Polaroid do it? They were the beginners in those days. So they said that we do not have any way to survive because Kodak is a big giant. We cannot really compete with them in the terms of product market. So one of the engineers said that you are going to otherwise also die because Kodak is a big organization. So let's fight and die. Let's not be coward. Let's fight with this technology which we have created and we have a patent for it. So Polaroid sued Kodak for patent infringement in 14 countries. And at the end of 3 years of this litigation, they succeeded and they got a huge amount as damages. Huge amount as damages. Where was Kodak's failure? The Kodak's failure was to make use of patent information in its IP strategy. They didn't understand, they didn't have an IP as a strategy because patent information also gives you IP strategy. That's what exactly the Pfizer did. Pfizer actually had the patent information of Pliva and that's why they created a strategy for themselves and they leveraged it. Kodak neglected this strategy. They said, fine, no problem, we can also use it. And what happened after the decision of the court as far as the damages part was concerned, all those courts said that you had not respected somebody's IP and you still went on selling the products. Now you call back for those cameras which you have sold with the patented technology. And they had to really buy back those cameras. That cost them a huge losses. And it had a spectacular 300 billion losses. And that was the market disaster for Kodak. So IP as an asset management has a good part. It has also has a bad part. If you don't have a strategy, if you don't have IP as an audit, had IP audit been or IP strategy has been in Kodak's mind, they would have not faced this situation. And most important thing, according to me, there was a huge failure of governance. It's also part of IP governance. IP governance is also something which is very important in this world. We need to understand and really propagate what is IP governance. That's what my personal opinion is. I may be wrong or I may be right, I don't know. But what is important that we need to have IP as a corporate governance, IP as a personal governance. We need to respect somebody's IP and absolutely don't tweak it. You may face a trouble. Of course, IP enforcement is something which is a different topic and that could be debated. But if IP enforcement happens, it can boomerang you. So that's what all about what I could share about IP as an asset management. And that's my personal perception, is that economic, finance, and the commercial aspects of IP can be exploited only if people like chartered accountants do take part in IP. And I feel they have a huge role to play in IP. And I really feel that they should come forward and take this also as a profession, or take this as a topic, and they take this as a separate field for themselves. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yes. Thank you, Nayan, for your very knowledgeable session. And hope the participant enjoyed and learned many things from your side, sir. Also, I shared some queries from the participant.
Yeah, please, I am ready to answer that. Not an issue.
First one is, to whom does IPR and copyright belongs to? For the presentation and lecture given at the academic forums or study material published in newspapers or magazines.
It always belongs to the publisher, and it always belongs to the owner.
And if the honorarium given or sponsored session, do it make any difference?
It all depends on the type of contract you entered before that. If you have a written contract that once this honorarium is given, the sponsorer will own the content, then it belongs to the sponsorer. But if you do not have such an agreement, see, in copyright, you have to understand two things. There are two different aspects of the copyright. One is the owner's right and one is the author's right. You cannot change the author's right. Author's right will remain always author's. Like, it's very simple. Who owns the copyright in PhD thesis? If I ask you this question reversely, it's always the university. Because you are getting a degree, PhD degree, that's a consideration for your contribution to that efforts, and that's where you are getting. So ownership of this thesis will always remain with the university, but authorship will be always with the student himself. He'll still be called as an author. So there are authorship and ownership rights which are governed based on the each and every kind of transaction you enter, for what purpose you have come. Like a content for a commercial classes is always the property of the commercial classes.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. And another question is, who is the owner with respect to IPR for academic lectures at a forum?
I told you, if the lectures are given by the professor for the purpose of university, it will be university. Because professor is paid for that by that university. It all depends what type of employment relationship an academician is having. Whether he is a contract academician or he is a regular professor of the university, and who has created that contract. There are so many other things which have to be considered. It's not only that once he has given a lecture, it becomes the property of university or it becomes the property of the academician.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful session. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Now I would like to call Mr. Advocate Sajid Sheikh. He will take the another session. Before his session would start, I would like to tell about Sajid Sheikh, sir. He is one of the founding faculty of National Law University, Mumbai, and is serving there as an assistant professor and coordinator of Center for Research in IP. He has obtained his LLM honors, specialized in intellectual property rights from National Law University. Also, for his achievements in legal field, he was recently interviewed by Super Lawyers, a leading legal portal. His valuable contribution to various law journals and informative lectures on intellectual property rights at various workshops organized by JNK government and NLSIU Bangalore, Gokhale School of Politics and Economics, IIT Bombay, and other schools are worth recognizing. Welcome, Sajid sir. Sajid sir. Sajid sir, you're there?
Very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. You can start. Dice is all yours, sir.
All right. Thank you so much to all the organizers of this very program. This year, the theme, as has been decided, is IP and youth, innovating for a better future. As you all know, 26th of April each year, World IP Day is celebrated. Different themes are there. Last year it was about the green innovations. Year before that, it was about IP and sports. And this year, it is about innovating for a better future. Give me a second. All right. So the topic which is assigned to me is overview, evolution, and ongoing developments of IPR laws. The speaker before me, Advocate Nayanji, he very well dealt with the aspects of IP as asset management. But I'll be going a bit basic about intellectual property rights. I have a small PPT also to play. So I'm sharing my screen. If it's visible, just let me know. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So all of you can see on the screen, there is a small pictographic art. Without copyright law, art would not exist. Without patent law, inventions would not exist. Without real estate law, marriage would not exist. And without the law related to, without real estate law, land would not exist. And without marriage law, love would not exist. So we can just try and think about a correlation between the law and the activity it governs. Without that very law, it will definitely have some kind of an impact upon this very activity. So I want to talk about a story. Very, very long ago, we can say Babylon Empire. There was a matter which was brought before the king. And the matter was so unique in the nature because one person had alleged that I have a pictographic form of a Bible which has been stolen by the other person. Now, what was stolen in that very Bible is very unique to be understood at that very point of time. The person alleged that, see, I have lost something. Now the king asked certain questions. Whether the other person has taken your Bible, taken the physical copy of the Bible which you have drawn. Answer was no. The pictographic Bible is with me. Second question was about that whether he has taken your paper to draw the pictographic form of Bible. Answer was no. He had used his own paper. Third was, has he used your color? Has he stolen your color? He said no, he used his own color. Then, because I'm telling you this very story, because at that very point of time, the understanding of theft was only related to physical transfer of possession. It was intellectual theft was not known at that very point of time. So, however, it was proven that yes, there is some kind of an unfair advantage which the other person has got. Though he did not deliberately, directly take the physical copy, but yes, there has been a kind of a misappropriation, because the pictographic Bible which that very person created, produced, was as a result of his intellect. What other person did? He just saw and replicated that very thing. So from there was a kind of an understanding about, yes, some kind of an intellectual property also exists apart from the physical property which we know. And you people are aware, physical, tangible property and intangible property are the two kinds of property. And under the intellectual property rights, we deal and deliberate upon the intangible property. And intellectual property, it is a creation of human mind. It is a creation of human intellect. And when we are talking about intellectual property rights, the rights which are associated with those very intellectual property are discussed, isn't it? So that is one aspect. And what are these very types of intellectual property rights? These are negative rights. These are exclusive rights. Only the creator, the proprietor, the innovator, he has the rights with him. When I use the term exclusive, it means everyone else is excluded from infringing that very right of the creator. Nowadays, when we are living in this very knowledge economy, there are questions that why IP should be protected. Whenever we are doing academic research or maybe undertaking an innovative work, we sometimes refer to works of other people as well. And then there is when we are trying to open an article, we are barred by a paywall which says you have to pay $20 to access this very article. We feel very frowned. Why? Knowledge should be free. Everything should be free. But then IP experts say, no. IP should be protected. If IP is protected, it means then there is a barrier on that very freedom, isn't it? Give me a second. All right. So this is the kind of a question which is always in our mind. There is a kind of a battle between what we can say competition law experts and IP experts. What competition law experts say, they say that, see, there should be free and fair competition in the market. And when free and fair competition can exist in the market, free and fair competition can exist. I'll give a situation. If one person is able to sell lemonade, everyone else should be allowed to sell lemonade. And if everyone else is allowed to sell lemonade, then we can say that yes, free and fair competition is there. There will be a kind of an equilibrium in the prices. But IP doesn't work in that way. It doesn't mean that it is against the competition law. IP demands protection. If we have, on the screen, you can see, I have quoted certain theories. One is the utilitarian theory, which talks about larger good of larger number. It's if there is an act which promotes larger good for the larger number, then it should be, that very work should be appreciated. And when IP comes to the market, people become happy, the society becomes happy. Don't we all want unique kind of products in our homes? Don't we want beautiful looking products in our homes, new technology to enter in our homes? Yes, we want all those very aspects. That is why, by virtue of this utilitarian theory, IP must be protected. Labor theory is there. Labor theory says that if someone invests his labor upon something which was there in commons, which was available freely, who should get the fruits of the labor? The person who has invested his labor should get the fruits of the labor. And when we talk about IP, I am a singer, I sing. I am a writer, I write. People, academicians, authors, they spend maybe years, hours altogether in writing something. Who should get the fruits of that very labor? Of course, the person, the author who has created that very thing. That is why, by virtue of labor theory, IP should be protected. Personality theory talks about that when an IP creator creates a particular kind of work, he is giving away a part of his personality into that very thing. A painter, when he paints, painters, they paint with respect to specific genre, isn't it? When a singer, Arjit Singh sings only sad romantic songs. John Grisham, he writes about legal fiction. Chetan Bhagat, he writes about romantic fiction. All have the kind of a genre. The creators are represented by their writings, by their creations. This very theory says that it's a kind of a personality, the talent which they are infusing, imbibing into their very work. And who should own a part of my personality? It is me. And that is why IP should be protected. There is one more theory which has recently came out. William Fisher, in the writings of William Fisher, we find this very theory about the social planning theory. And as per this very theory, William says that IP is trying to create a just and attractive culture in a particular society. And what is that very just and attractive culture, dear friends? I will use the same example. Why do you think innovations are happening in the field of COVID-related vaccines and COVID-related drugs presently? Why do you think innovations are happening in the field of anti-cancer drugs in the present times? Why do you find new technology every month, new technology coming up with respect to the mobile phones? Dear friends, there is a kind of a demand which has been created in the society. We want our ailments to be cured. We want our society to become better. Be it luxury. We want luxurious things. So, in a manner, IP is trying to create a better society. And that is why IP must be protected. And dear friends, as IP experts, we are not talking about a complete kind of a monopoly. We are talking about a limited kind of a monopoly. You people are aware. You people are aware that when we are talking about different types of intellectual property, different IPs, they have different term of protection. If you talk about patents, that is 20 years from the date of filing. You talk about trademark. Trademark, of course, is a perpetual right, but has to be renewed after every 10 years. And within those very 10 years, there are certain checks about use which has to be fulfilled. If that very check is not there, then a trademark is liable for rectification. Design limited period is there. 10 years protection is there, which can be extended by a period of 5 more years. When we talk about geographical indication, of course, there is no time limit for that. It is a right which is given to a community. It's a community right. When you are talking about semiconductor and integrated circuit layout designs protection, then of course there is a protection for a period of 10 years only. So you can see and say that largely whatever IPs are there, they are protected for a certain period of time. And nowadays, what is happening in the field of intellectual property rights? A lot of innovation is there which is happening. Let us talk about patents. And I really want here to highlight, because I do not want to talk about the different types of intellectual property rights per se, because I'm sure the audience must be aware about the types of IP. What is happening these days with respect to the IP ecosystem in India and around the world, I want to highlight from that. You all must be aware about the 161st report. It was by the standing committee, which was for the review of the intellectual property rights regime. And they made certain observations. We are aware that what IP is a law which is territorial in nature. When I say territorial in nature, it means that different countries will have different regimes, different legislations will be there to take care of these very aspects. In India also, yes, we have our IP related laws. Patent Act, Copyright Act, Trademark Act, Geographical Indication with respect to Goods Act is there, Semiconductor Integrated Layout Design Act is there, Biodiversity Act is there, Copyright Act is there. All various laws are there which have a domestic operation. Then you might be wondering what is the relevance and the need of the international laws. I want to highlight those very aspects here. And I want to talk about, again, I want to give a story here. What used to happen in the 19th century, early 19th century, 1800s, in Austria, Paris, France, in these very areas, there used to be a lot of trade fairs. When these very trade fairs used to happen, then people used to showcase their technology there. Whatever inventions they have made, though that was showcased there. And what the organizers started to witness was that the participants in those very what we can say trade fairs, it began to decline. And the reason was that The reason was that the inventors who used to showcase their very technology, they were very afraid to showcase their very technology there, because they said that the laws related to the protection of IP, that is not uniform. And because it is not uniform, it is creating a lot of problems. People did not want to showcase their invention at that very point of time. Therefore, many of the same countries, they came together, which had the same kind of an idea. And this then it gave rise to the Paris Convention, which you are aware. Paris Convention had a lot of criteria, principles related to priority date and related other aspects. Mention about inventorship. Berne Convention is there, which deals with copyright related rights. Hague Convention is there, which deals with designs. There are many international classifications or codifications which we follow. The aim is that at a global level, because IP is highly trade centric, at a global level, there remains a kind of a harmonization between the laws. If that very harmonization is not there, dear friends, the whole trade scenario will come to a collapse. And I repeat, IP is highly trade centric. IP will collapse if that harmonization is not there. Because one country will say, I will protect IP for 5 years, other will say, I will protect for 20 years. There will be a disharmony. People will be afraid, acha 5 saal ke baad to mera IP gaya na, IP right in that very particular country, because of the territorial operation of intellectual property rights laws. Thereafter, 1994 May, TRIPS agreement came into being. And the aim was, of course, one was to ensure that IP doesn't become a barrier to the legitimate trade. And secondly, there should be harmonization of the IP related law. India was a member of the World Trade Organization. It had to accept the TRIPS agreement. There was a lot of resentment. People say, till date, they say that, see, IP, the TRIPS was Western centric. But it is not truly like that. We have our own flexibilities within our laws. You know about the concepts related to fair use, the concept in the copyright, you know about the Bolar exceptions with respect to the patent, you know about the government use, the compulsory licensing, which is there in the copyright as well as the Patent Act. It is not Western centric. We had our own committees. We had the Justice Tekchand Committee report. We had the Justice Iyengar Committee report, which made recommendations to the IP related laws, how it should operate in India. And, there has been a gradual transformation of the IP related legislation in India, dear friends. Certain transformations were required, definitely. There were certain, resentments. You know about the compulsory licensing regime. You must have heard about this very case of Bayer versus NATCO. The CEO of Bayer Corporation, he said, when NATCO was granted compulsory license of its drug, the CEO of Bayer Corporation said that compulsory licensing is a theft. We are not creating medicines for the Indian public. Western audience, they are our end consumers, not Indian people. Such resentment was there. India is still, with respect to the IP legislation, IP related laws, it is ranked at, I think, 40s place by US 301 report, annual report by the US Patent US IP offices. That is there. We have a very strong section 3D, wherein Novartis was denied patent because efficacy was not found. Therapeutic efficacy was not found in their drug imatinib mesylate. So all those very aspects are there. Isn't it? All right. So those things were there. We have walked a long way. And when I talked about the 161st report, it had highlighted certain problems. It has highlighted problems that we are not spending much in the research and development. If you'll see the graph of the annual reports published by the Patent Office, you'll find that 70 to 75% filing is by the foreign players. Only 30, maybe 35 at max, filing is by the indigenous people. It brings us to this very question: are the IP laws there for foreign people or for the Indian people? Whether IP laws in India needs an overhaul, whether we have to rework on our patentability thresholds. Review committee said that we need to re-explore about utility model protection, which is a second tier patenting system, which is not there in India. We need to relook at that. We need to encourage IPRs. And that is why, this very theme of today's talk and the theme of the World IP Day, IP and innovation. There is a stronger role of youth in the innovative process. I say each and everyone has a role to play in the IP scenario. Either we can be innovators, either we can be the people who encourage innovation, or we can be people who will facilitate innovation. In some manner, we have a role to play. We must play that very role. Innovations are not happening at our engineering institutions. We are still dealing with micro level innovations there. And therefore, I say that huge research, huge investment, involvement of private players, involvement of government bodies is required in the innovation scenario in India. We should replicate certain models which are working very fine in other countries. Like there is an organization, government organization called as Innovate UK, wherein they float the proposals. It's a government body which they float the proposals wherein parties can make investments into those very aspects. Yes, in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat is there. Make in India regime is there. Vocal for local campaign is there. There is a very strong boost for innovation and innovative processes in India. That is very well taken. That is there. But more is required. Appellate board, IP appellate board was discontinued recently. But the review committee said that, see, whole burden is going to the High Court. Are we doing something and again, a lot of pendency is there at the High Court level as well. Are we involving more, giving more manpower to the High Court to deal with that very load of the appellate boards? Is there a need to rethink about the appellate boards? Is a question which seriously needs to be pondered upon. We need to fight counterfeit and piracy. A lot of digitization is there nowadays, dear friends. And when I talk about digitization, concept of fair use is not clear in the minds of the people. Even academicians, even IP experts, they are not so clear about the fair use. We know about one case, daily photocopy case, but I must want to make it very clear that daily photocopy case only held that giving a photocopy material either by the photocopier who works within the university system will be considered as material given within the course of instruction, and that is why fair use clause is attracted. But you people must remember this very thing, that the matter with respect to that wherein the whole books were photocopied, it was sent back to the trial court for the determination of infringement. But there was a huge slack resentment which they received from the people who were there, the authors, the academicians, the students, authors, academic students. They said that, see, authors said, we are not publishing for gaining money. Why are you charging so much? Why are you so adamant upon this very copyright aspect? And due to that resentment, the matter had to be taken down by the Cambridge and Oxford and other publishers. It was never determined whether the photocopying of the whole big book amounts to infringement or not. That is a question which still needs to be addressed. And my dear friends, I personally believe it would have 100% amounted to infringement. Nowadays, a lot of YouTubers are coming up, a lot of TikTokers, Instagram, reel sharers, they are coming up, influencers, we say. And the understanding of copyright in that very digital space is diminishing. Please take note. These stakeholders, be it Facebook, be it Instagram, be it Twitter, they are managing at their micro level. Many of the matters do not reach to the courts for infringement. More awareness in that regard is required. Nowadays, when we are talking about patents, one thing I talked about, utility model, we have to seriously rethink. We have to seriously rethink about some of the measures wherein the access to medicine, that very concept we talk about, access should be there. That can be made a reality. There is one project where India is a part, open source drug discovery. We should encourage certain measures like that. More clarity is required within the patenting of computer programs, whether computer programs are subject matter of copyright or subject matter of patents, whether business methods can be patentable. There is a kind of disuniformity between India and other countries in this regard. These are the matters to be debated and discussed. When we are talking about trademarks, there are two buildings in Mumbai which have been trademarked. One is the Bombay Stock Exchange and another is the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel. Now new kind of unconventional trademarks are coming up, like smell marks, like taste marks. We have to rethink about those very marks, whether they can be given trademark protection or not. Whether smell and taste can be an identifier of trade. That is to be explored. Yes, in India in 2017, sound mark we accepted. Up to 30-second sound can be trademarked. Nokia Tune, Yahoo Tune, these are trademarks. So development is happening in these very fields. The interface between the trademark law and the personality rights, they have to be rediscussed. And area related to, I'll just take 3 to 4 minutes more and then I'll rest my talk. Area with respect to semiconductor integrated layout design is so much neglected. Not much awareness is there in that very field. Till date, only 2 layout designs have been protected under it. It is a matter of concern. Then there are matters with respect to trade secrets. There is no legislation with respect to the trade secret. There should be a legislation, because trade secrets, they are highly commercial in nature. Though presently they are protected by the contractual agreements, but a strong legislation is required. A very larger area, that is the traditional knowledge, traditional expression, cultural expression, protection of cultural expression. We need to rethink. Of course, a defensive protection is there, but there are cases of monopolization as well. There is a role of biodiversity has to be made more clear. Sometimes it is seen that Biodiversity Act is seen as a barrier. Biodiversity Act is seen as a barrier to patent law. So a kind of what I want to say here is a kind of a balance has to be seen between all these. There is when we are talking about intellectual property awareness, there has to be made a shift, a very gradual shift from awareness to capacity building and to innovation. We are spending a lot of time on awareness. More emphasis is required for the capacity building, and larger emphasis is required for what we say for the real innovation. Real innovation has to happen, and real innovation cannot happen in silos. The government has to cooperate, contribute in that. Private partners have to contribute, cooperate in that. Academic institutions have to cooperate. Bodies like ICAI, they also needs to cooperate. We need cooperation from each and every stakeholder who is directly or indirectly related to the innovation process. Only then these very campaigns like Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Vocal for Local, these will find light of the day. So I rest my talk here. If questions are there, I can take. And I thank ICAI organizing bodies for inviting me for this very program. It has been an honor for me to speak about the ongoing developments in the IPR and about talking a bit about how IP emerged. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. The session was very elaborative, so everyone understood, and there is no query from participant side. So hopefully the session was fantastic and understandable. That's why there is no queries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now I would like to call Advocate Sunita K Sridharan. She is the speaker for the next session. Before she'll start her session, I would like to tell something about Sunita ma'am. Sunita ma'am earned her LLB from the School of Legal Studies, Cochin University. Prior to her study of law, she obtained her MSc in and also MBA in HR Management and Diploma in Computer Science. Following a stint in a big law firm as a partner heading Life Sciences and Geographical Indications Group, Sunita ma'am set up her own practice in Delhi. And it has been listed as a Asia-specific Legal 500 for quality and services in all IPR matters, especially patents as well as biodiversity-related issues. She is a frequent author, having contributed regularly to legal magazines such as Managing Intellectual Property, Chemistry Today India, Outsourcing, Getting the Dual Through Patents, Business Briefing, etc. Sunita ma'am has also been invited to speaker as on IPR related issues, including patent laws, IP portfolio management, and intellectual asset management at a number of forums, including LES annual conferences in Zurich and Manila, the WIPO conference, the WTO conference on geographical indications as a WIPO resource person on IPR to countries including India and etc. So now I would hand over this mic to Sunita ma'am to deliberate his session.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you. Thank you for a lovely introduction. Really delighted to be here. My session is very briefly on GI and biodiversity and giving some kind of inputs to it. So let's just begin. I have a very small PowerPoint just for purposes of, looking at what exactly, because it's all about touch and feel and understanding the law. So I'm just going to share one PPT with you. Please bear with me. Is it visible? It shows
Yes,
that
ma'am.
there is a screen sharing.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, is it visible in the large and in the complete
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So we are going to quickly go through some of the advisories on geographical indication and biodiversity. Geographical indications over a period of time has come to a very clear understanding on how to look at goods which are, which have an evocative value, which have some kind of a history and cultural history behind it. Some aspects of traditional knowledge, also trade secrets of certain communities. And we will go through them now, some of them, to kind of get an idea. And with regard to biodiversity, though we have had a law in place for the last 20 years, it has been, I must say so, in a public forum, there has been a lot of confusion between the administrators and the administered as to what are the definitions and what it means. And because of this lack of trust between the two, that is the administrators and those who are administered, it has created a large number of hiccups, not only for research, but also for intellectual property matters. And of course, in a big way for commercialization. So just to understand these points, I will take you through the slide that I've prepared. So quickly to speak, geographical indications, biological diversity, two different things. They are under different conventions. Geographical indication is something that we were obligated to comply with under the TRIPS agreement once we became a member of the TRIPS agreement in June 1994. And it required us to implement this within the next 10 years as a developing country. So by 2005, we had to have a GI law in place, which we brought into place in 1999 by way of an act, Geographical Indications of Goods, the Registration and Protection Act of 1999, along with the rules. With the initial hiccups, but with a great interaction with the Geographical Indication Office, the stakeholder meetings, we have now a very well-developed, extremely, I would say, elegant system of going about filing of application, examining the application, and registration of the GI, which can also be not only just the name, but also the logo. I have some pictures which I have collected just to get a feel of what we're talking about. What does it do, the GI law? It protects goods. I'm not talking about services. Goods, which can be various kinds of goods, as we will see. It can be agricultural goods. We're talking about the Indian law. It can be manufactured goods. It could be some other traditionally developed culturally of a particular region, is evocative of the geographical region. And those goods are protected. So it is not just that we just tell it is, evocative and so on. In the application form, we are required to give a statement of case, which is very elaborate. And if you see what all are the requirements under Section 11, Review Section 32, you will see that it requires who is the association, have you formed an association of these people, because this is always given to an association or a social group, a society and so on. It just can't be a single person saying that it is my cultural product and or a goods and so on. Then it looks at what is it that distinguishes it from other fabrics. For instance, if you're talking about a Kashmir Pashmina, what is it that makes it a Pashmina is a significant part there. So we have to get into very fine scientific information, which gives you the feel of what is a Pashmina. Similarly with the Darjeeling tea, the collection of the Darjeeling tea leaves, the tea buds, the time of the year, the first flush, and so on are information that we have to provide in the statement of case that is examined. And then, of course, there's an examination report issued, and we have to comply with the requirements. Once the compliance is as per the satisfaction of the law, and the registrar agrees to it, because we also have to give, the map which identifies a geographical region. So there have been contesting of that. For instance, the basmati rice, and while we say that it is from the Tarai region, but Madhya Pradesh has also made a claim saying that we have also been growing basmati for a few hundred years, and therefore we should also be part of that as a proprietor or included in the association. So all these things are looked into, and then it is registered. Under this geographical indication being a TRIPS compliant law, all applicants, Indian or foreign, are treated equally. There's no differentials there, and that is very significant. Where do you file this? It is filed at the GI registry. It is in the Intellectual Property Office, which is based in Chennai, and you can access it. And this is a voluntary requirement, it's not mandatory. If you wish that the group of people come together and wish to file, then they can file it, and they can get the registration. The biological diversity laws are under the Convention on Biological Diversity, and Article 15 of the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, which has now been formalized as the Nagoya Protocol. This is governed, and being a concurrent subject matter, we have both the state and the union. So it has central act, central rules, regulations of 2014, which is again administered centrally, and each of the states have state rules. It protects genetic resources and traditional knowledge associated to the genetic resource, and it is assumed that this genetic resource belongs to the nation. So it is a national treasure, unlike GI. So just a comparison. And the whole idea of getting into this is to ensure that there is no biopiracy. And biopiracy, for some reason, is not defined anywhere. But if you take the case of, say, the basmati rice or the turmeric patent in the US, or the neem matter in the US and Europe, where the neem patents have been filed, you will realize that the bioresource of Indian origin, neem, for instance, or basmati, they have been studied in the lab. The genetic code have been studied. In case of neem, we have looked at the, traditionally all of us know that neem has certain insecticidal properties. And in the W.R. Gray's patents, they went ahead and they patented it for its insecticidal properties. And therefore that patent was revoked. But that was after India had stepped in and said that this is a biopiracy. There is no novelty, no inventive step, because for purposes of granting a patent, you have to establish three main criteria of patentability, namely novelty, inventive step, and capable of industrial application. The inventive step clearly means just this, that there is a technical advancement over existing state of art, and it is not obvious to any person in the who is skilled in the art. So There is no when it is well known in traditional texts or also by word of mouth that neem has certain insecticidal properties and we use it for those purposes, but like in dhoop and so on, then in such a situation, there is no question of saying that it is a technical advancement over existing state of art, or it is not obvious to a person skilled in the art. So therefore, the patentability criteria is completely beaten away. And therefore, a patent cannot be granted on something like this. It's merely a case of taking the local ideas and local knowledge, their traditional knowledge, and commercializing it and making money over it without sharing anything back with the local people. Under the biological diversity laws of India, and also in the CBD and Nagoya Protocol, we are looking at differential treatment for Indians and non-Indians. Who is a non-Indian? Of course, is a major controversy under the Section 3, and I will show you very quickly. So basically, the biological diversity law, which has an administrative system, is a 3-tier administrative system. And with misinterpretation or improper interpretation, as well as improper implementation, there has been a lot of hiccups in this 3-tier administrative system, both for Indians as well as for non-Indians. Like I said, this is a mandatory requirement. If you access any bioresource for purposes of commercialization or for purposes of research or for transfer of technology, transfer of results of research and so on, you have to mandatorily get a prior approval or give a prior intimation as applicable. So quickly, to come back to geographical indication, we see what is geographical indication. So now the comparison is over. We shall take each one of these separately. Geographical indication in relation to goods. It means an indication which identifies such goods as agricultural goods, natural goods, manufactured goods, as originating or manufactured in the territory of a country or a region or locality in that territory where a given quality, reputation, or other characteristic of such goods is essentially attributable to its geographical origin. And in case where such goods are manufactured, one of the activities of either the production or the processing or preparation of the goods concerned take place in such territory, region, or locality as the case may be. Explanation. So this is part of the section 2(1)(e) of the Geographical Indications of Goods. Registration and Protection Act of 1999, where the explanation says, for the purposes of this clause, any name which is not the name of a country, region, or locality of that country shall also be considered as a geographical indication if it relates to a specific geographical area and is used upon or in relation to particular goods originating from that country, region, or locality, as the case may be. So you can have the part of the name of the country or the region there, such as Darjeeling tea, yeah, or Mysore sandal soap, which is also a registered geographical indication, Kashmir Pashmina. So these are the things which are there, which would be significant. And another very significant part here is that when I say of such goods that are essentially attributable to its geographical origin, and in case where such goods are manufactured. So if I look at these two phrases, we see tea, Camellia sinensis. The tea from Darjeeling is completely different in taste and flavor and aroma than the tea from, say, the Nilgiris or Assam. And we're looking at the tea. So this is just the same thing, but yet because of the soil conditions, the climate, the atmospheric conditions, the entire taste, which is evocative of that place, is different, and therefore you have the Darjeeling tea, Assam tea, Nilgiris tea. There are many other teas, Ceylon tea, in other countries and so on. So that becomes the geographical origin. But when in case you're talking about manufactured goods, for example, Kolhapuri chappals, you're talking about leather which can be accessed from anywhere. But it is one of the activities is in that particular territory, or region or locality, and therefore it is a Kolhapuri chappal. So just coming to some of the interesting things which are there, like we just saw, that is the title of the Act. The category of goods under Section 21F as defined in the Act is, it can be agricultural, handicraft, manufactured or foodstuff. As on date, when we check, the total number of applications are 883 and the number of GIs registered are 417. You can go to this website, that is the intellectual property website, and registered GIs, you can look at them. So I know that there seems to be a spelling mistake with the GLS, but I've checked it and this is how it comes, and you can go there. So you can also see that there is a tag, the geographical indication tag, and this tag here, where if it is there on a particular set of goods, then you know that they have been registered as a GI. Some of the things we can go into some of them in detail, but these are all registered GIs. And we have the logo of the Darjeeling tea, and this is how it is. And this is under agricultural. Then we also have the, the Alfonso mango from Maharashtra. And then the Navara rice from Kerala. These have all been granted GI registration. Darjeeling, of course, is also a logo with the lady. This is just some representative examples. We have examples of 3 handicrafts here. The Chanderi saris of Madhya Pradesh, the Kashmir Pashmina of, my fault. The Kashmir Pashmina of Jammu and Kashmir, and the GI Aranmula Kannadi of Kerala, which is very interesting because this is brass which shines, which when after processing shines like a mirror, and as a proper mirror, though it is made of metal. And this is because there is a certain trade secret associated with the herbs used during the processing, which gives the metal ability to be polished like glass. And of course, the Tirupati Laddu has been granted a GI. Bikaneri Bhujia. Mysore sandal soap is manufactured, is a category of being manufactured. There is also the East India leather of Tamil Nadu, which is manufactured. The Kannauj perfume, again a manufactured category of goods from Uttar Pradesh. This is a picture of, which kind of captures briefly almost all, quite a few of the registered GIs. And you will see that they are there in Assam, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, all that is there in yellow. And they have put in the names also, which are some of them. It's just basically a very representative one. And this is something which you can go through. If you have any questions on the GI, I can take them now. It is just by way of advisory, because then this is an intellectual property and it is actually a community which will have this right. They have to have the bylaws as an association, they have to be registered as an association, and various members can, who are manufacturing these goods or are growing these plants, agricultural things, they can become, by way of filing the form, they can become members of this association. Are there any questions that you would like to ask now, or we can take it later at the end? Because I'm closing the GI part. All right. I will then go into Biological Diversity Act. It's a bit complicated, it appears, but it is not so complicated. It's just a situation which we need to understand how to go about doing what needs to be done. For instance, the Act, like I said, this is part of the, the concurrent list. Therefore, there is a union as well as a state, and the state rules also have to be made. The Act is obviously a federal act under the union. The rules of 2004, regulations of 2014 under the Nagoya Protocol, and each of the 28 states have their state rules. And there is a 3-tier administrative system. The 3rd tier is non-functional, and I will show you why it is non-functional, though one may say when it is brought to the notice that the biodiversity management committees have been formed, but more importantly, under section 41(3) of the Biodiversity Act, they are required to collect what is known as collection fees. And this collection fees, if they don't take, then there is a complete messing up of how the collection of the revenue is collected back by way of charges or royalties from Indian entities and non-Indian entities, and I'll come to that as we go along. There is also another confusion about how to define a non-Indian entity. We don't call them foreign, because under the Companies Act, they are Indian, but under section, I think, 242. But when we look at the section 3(2), C2 of this, which I've reproduced here for a quick look, it says that the persons who shall be required to take the approval of the National Biodiversity Authority under the subsection 1 are people who are not citizen of India, are citizen of India but are non-resident as per this clause of the Income Tax Act, and more importantly, it's a body, corporate, association or organization not incorporated or registered in India, or incorporated and registered in India under any law for the time being in force which has any non-Indian participation in its share capital or management. By this definition, almost all the publicly listed companies, Tata Sons, for instance, Tata Chemicals, or Dabur, all of them end up becoming a non-Indian entity and have separate owners and responsibilities and are treated at par as foreigners. So foreigners have higher responsibilities, but this is what happens, that even our own companies, Indian multinationals, end up getting treated by virtue of this definition as foreigners or non-Indian entities. Presently, there are amendments which have been proposed under the Biological Diversity Amendments Act of 2021. It was introduced in the Lok Sabha on 16th of December 2021, but it is before a joint committee now, and they're examining it. Now, there are many sections, many things to do, but I thought it's best to capture it in flowchart, since I don't expect you would be filing any forms as of now, but making sure probably to see that you understand what are filed at what times. Now, for instance, if you're looking at Form 1 for research or Form 1 for commercialization, and you're going to the National Biodiversity Authority under Section 18, here it is. Then in such a situation, you will have to go under Form 1. The sections are given to the National Biodiversity Authority for prior approval. Without the approval, you're not in a position to go ahead and use that bioresource, buy the bioresource, or do any research or do any commercialization. So without approval, if you do that, then it is a case of criminal offense, and it is it's non-bailable offense, and people can be jailed, fined, and the matter goes through it'll go through the criminal court after they file an FIR, NBA. They'll give you some reminders, and after that the matter can go through the various courts, the criminal courts. Then any person filing an intellectual property right has to get a prior approval on Form 3 from the National Biodiversity Authority, except in case of patents, because patents has very tight timelines. But they must get a prior approval before the patent is granted. If we do not get a approval from the National Biodiversity Authority in a patent application which is using an Indian biological resource, then a patent will not be granted. Presently, there is a matter where a foreign company has developed a product using certain Indian bioresources purchased from European markets from a wholesale, and they have used it They don't know who is the source, they don't know anything, but it is called Indian spice, so they know it is from India. They developed it, filed patent application, assigned the rights of the patent to another party. Now the National Biodiversity Authority has approached the European Patent Office saying that no patent should be granted because they have not got a prior approval from India. And the person has said, I'm an assignee. I have not bought anything. I have not done anything. I'm an assignee of the patent application. I do not know from where it is purchased. It is only available in open market in Europe as Indian spice. This is haldi, turmeric. So this has become a major hurdle. In India, they have dropped that patent application. They don't want to proceed with it. But now NBA is chasing them in Europe. It's a European company and it is now at a stalemate. Now we have, if an Indian entity has done any research and they want to transfer the results of research to a non-Indian entity, then they shall get a prior approval on Form 2 from the NBA. Similarly, if there is a collaborative research between an Indian entity and a non-Indian entity, and it is not covered under any of the government approved projects, it is a commercial project which is done privately through agreements, then too there should be a prior approval from the NBA, failing which there is a case of criminal action which can be taken by the NBA. Then there is also one more, if you see the blue box to the right, for the transfer of bioresources. So if you've already gotten a prior approval, but your company has been acquired by another company, or there is a merger of the two companies, then you will have to get a fresh approval from the NBA. The approval that you've got does not carry on to the next one. This is the second tier. So that is the first tier, looking at non-Indian entities, all transaction with foreign people, all the intellectual property rights. This comes here under the first tier, which is the National Biodiversity Authority. Then under Section 24, there are certain powers given to the State Biodiversity Board, where each state has a biodiversity board. So Maharashtra has one, Gujarat has one, and so on. And as per the law, this is the law. If there's an Indian entity, they do not require prior approval, they require prior intimation. So they are merely required to give a prior intimation to the State Biodiversity Board, saying that I'm using all these bioresources and can start commercializing. Indian entity also does not have to get any prior or give any prior intimation for research. So Indian entity is free for research, and they have to merely give a prior intimation to State Biodiversity Board for purposes of commercial activity. So this is how it distinguishes between an Indian entity and a non-Indian entity. This is the law has differential treatment. In its own turn, the State Biodiversity Board will consult the BMC being the third tier. The Biodiversity Management Committee being the third tier, almost at the panchayat level, there should be 2.5 lakh. All these BMCs, there ought to be, there aren't. And they will check with the BMC whether the bioresources were collected from your area through a trader or directly by the Indian entity. Is it detrimental or contrary to conservation or sustainable use under Section 24(2) of the Biodiversity Act? And if the BMC says no, it is available in plentiful, there is no problem, no further action. But if it says that yes, it is sandalwood, is high quality, they should have, paid this kind of collection fee or whatever, or it is some endangered species, then there is an order to prohibit or restrict, and that order has to be obeyed, failing which action can be taken under Section 55, which is again a criminal liability, which is, like I said, a non-bailable offense. Now, when you look at BMC, this is a BMC. If you see the blue marks, they're very clear. It was to be established under Section 41 by way of notification at the panchayat or other local level by the state government notification. It is supposed to make a list and notify everyone that this is the collection fee for, these are the bioresources available in that panchayat area or in that district. And this is a corresponding collection fee for if you take it for 100 grams, 1 ton, 500 metric tons, and so on. This has not been implemented, as you will see on the right. It is said not implemented, not implemented. And this would have been monitored by the State Biodiversity Board. So this is again not implemented, and action would have been taken. So there are no forms available. How to approach, what to say, nothing as of now. It's been 20 years. There is a complete failure on part of the system to implement it, because of which there have been situations like that Indian spice being in a European wholesale market, from where that Indian spice is purchased, and they've done research and assigned the rights to the research for payment of consideration, and then the whole thing is now stuck because they can't sell it, they can't do anything, they can't commercialize. But if this BMC had been functional right from the beginning, it's a bottom-up approach, there would have been no problem. What they're doing now is like this. So that is why there's a problem of implementation. The exemptions under the law are cultivated crops, value-added products under Section 2C. So anything that has been on which value has been added, like coconut oil, through processing and so on, would be completely exempted from the Biodiversity Act. That is on paper. In reality, it is not so. And the NTAC list, there is a Section 40 which says normally traded as commodities. All of that and the products are exempted. However, if you use these, so given the clause, the reading as per law, the NTAC list is made only if they are available and plentiful, not endangered species. So you will have rice, you will have turmeric, you will have coconut, you will have all kinds of, the millets and so on, which are plentifully available. They are there in the NTAC list, which was published in April 16, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or April 7, 2016. And again in November 2017, they added some more. And the law very clearly says they're exempt if you read the law and if you approach any lawyer or take the matter to court, which nobody has done till now. But the Biodiversity Authority, National Biodiversity Authority, as well as the State Biodiversity Boards, say that if you touch the NTAC list for commercialization, pay. They've also gone to the extent of saying that if there's a waste matter, like agricultural waste, which causes pollution when they burn, it causes lung congestion and so on, which happens in the Delhi NCR area. They've said that even if you touch it for purposes of making ethanol, you have to pay access and benefit sharing fee to the Biodiversity Authority. So this being the situation, we have been trying to approach the Ministry of Environment, which again, I must say that the geographical indication is under the Ministry of Trade and Commerce, who are far more open to discussions and so on. While this is before the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, and the very little dialogue that happens there, so we have tried very hard. Also got stay orders in many instances, but they are all matters which have not been heard on merit yet. The only matter which was heard on merit is the Ipr Policy case, which is also known as the Patanjali case before the Uttarakhand High Court, where it was held that emotionally decided by the single bench judge that you make so much of money, why don't you give it to the tribals, completely ignoring that there is no BMC, no nothing, and so on. Now, may I have some questions? It's open to questions. Hello. I guess there are no questions. It's a new session that you're starting. Okay, thank you so much. I will beg your leave. Thank you.
Hello, can I begin?
Hello, sorry everyone for the delay. Hello, everyone. Now, I would like to call Rajesh Haldipur sir. And before his session would start, I would like to tell something about Rajesh Haldipur sir. He is executive editor of a text quarterly journal and later of a management journal, and dean of a reputed B schools, a director of a board of India's then third largest multi-state cooperative bank. Also, he is director product development at a well-known tax and corporate law portal. He is developer of knowledge-based product in the field of tax, banking, law, and accounting. He is consultant in a field of IPR, having done education and training in IPR of corporate executives, IP portfolio valuations, drafting of patent application in the field of mechanical engineering. Welcome, sir. The dice is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the kind introduction. My topic, as you might be knowing, is a genuinely vast one. So therefore, I have gained from the earlier speaker's session finishing around 5 minutes earlier. So I think I'll have to use that up. But if I don't, I will anyway share with you all the entire presentation. What I intend to cover is introduction. 1 minute. Now let me just start my I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay. Now there's a preliminary slide I'll take you through, then an introduction to IPR. Now, since a lot of the IPR introduction has already been done by the earlier speakers, I will be very quick and point out only some interesting parts of it. And then I will concentrate. I mean, I may take 15 to 20 minutes on the introduction to IPR. And thereafter, I'll go on to accounting and valuation of IPR and also touch on audit. And I will explain why. As if accounting and valuation is not enough, audit. It's because in audit, the maximum number of changes have happened, and almost all those who are listening in might benefit from it. So therefore, let's now get straight to the next slide, preliminary introduction to IPR. I have not used, I have used very high contrast slides, and I have not used any transitions, all of it to save on time. So I don't want to finish late. As I was making the slides, I realized that accounting and reporting are joined at the hip. So when I talk of accounting, I also talk of reporting and disclosures. Then audit and valuation. Audit and valuation are also inextricably tied up with accounting. So therefore, I'm discussing all the three to the extent necessary, especially concentrating on recent developments and what needs to be done about those. IPR is very fiercely litigated, and it is because, especially patents, is fiercely litigated because patents are actually a monopoly granted by the government in that jurisdiction, and therefore a lot of people who want that monopoly and who want to prevent that monopoly being given both find themselves in court. Now, having the IPR in your name does not mean that the government will defend infringement of your IPR. So if you get a patent, if you are granted a patent, then if somebody infringes that patent, it is your responsibility to spend money on advocates and courts and all that and fight it such that you win your case. Government is not going to help. The government only gives you one piece of paper saying that you have been granted a patent. So IPR are those intellectual assets which refer to the legal rights given to an inventor. And usually it is for a certain period of time. We will see what is that period of time for each of the kinds of IPR. Now, why do we need to study IPR? The first one is the most interesting reason why you should study. More than 70% of all new knowledge is first published on a patent database. So if you want the latest knowledge in any field, looking up a patent database will be the best bet. And the other two are the results of a particular survey called the Intangible Asset Market Value Study, done by a company called Ocean Tomo, which are startling. When I saw that, I was myself startled. I never realized that there's so much 84% or even 90% of the intangible asset market value, representing 90% of the total assets of a company. So this is, or of the whole economy, not just a company. Now this is what most of you already know, so I won't spend too much time on this. And other forms of IPR are not discussed here because Ms. Sridharan, who just took the session before me, covered two of the types. One is biological diversity, the other is geographical indications. So there's no value to be added by discussing those here. We will look at mainly trade secrets and four kinds of legal IPR. Trade secrets is only, you get protection only after the fact. That is, if somebody breaks your secret and leaks your secret, then you have a cause for action, which is a civil wrong, a tort. Whereas for patents, copyright protection, trademarks and service marks and designs, an infringer pays. Here, the person who breaks the secret pays. So we'll learn a little more about, we'll go through one or two slides of each of these very quickly, not more than a minute each. So what are trade secrets? Any of these, idea, concept, report, plan, budget, forecast, blah, 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 all this, all are trade secrets, even if they aren't written down. So if you have an idea which nobody else knows, then that's a trade secret. If you have a concept or a report or a budget which nobody else knows about, then it's a trade secret. Now, how valuable they are, that's a different thing. That's a different question to answer. But if they are written down, then they are copyright protected also. These trade secrets can be secrets in your mind. Nothing needs to be done. No registration, no nothing. And it's the easiest form of intellectual property, and almost every good business has a lot of trade secrets. Only point is that many of these companies themselves don't know that they have valuable trade secrets. So therefore, and one other learning from it is that you saw that all these are trade secrets, and if they are written down, then they are copyright also. They have copyright protection also. So this means any product or service may enjoy protection of more than one type of IPR. So a single product like Coca-Cola, the logo, the bottle shape, the website design, the trade secret formula, they are all IPRs. The website design is a copyright. All are IPRs arising from one product, which is the Coca-Cola drink. trade secrets can last forever if they are well protected by secrecy measures. So Coca-Cola trade secret, the secret formula of the Coca-Cola drink has been kept secret elaborately by spending a lot of money, and there is a whole story on how they keep it secret. You can search for it on the internet, and it's a big story about how much effort they take in trying to hide what is the formula of the concentrate, Coca-Cola concentrate, from everybody else, except for those who are supposed to be using it. So those who are supposed to be using it, you can share the secret with them, but they have only signed an NDA. NDA is non-disclosure agreement. So only if they have signed an agreement which says that, makes them promise that they will not share it with anybody, you can give them. And they are bound very, very, there's a lot of, that whole story, I won't discuss that now, but that whole story you should look up on the internet on how Coca-Cola protects its secret formula for the concentrate. Now, the secret can belong to the company, it can belong to its vendors, its dealers, or even its competitors. But as long as they have signed for the secrecy obligations, you can share the secret with them. Now, why will you give it to competitors? It is, for example, when you are subject to a possible takeover. When you are like, now Twitter is subject to a possible takeover. Then the secrets that they have will have to be shown to Elon Musk's people. Elon Musk is taking over Twitter. He's paying a huge amount for it. And today he is like a competitor. I mean, till he buys it and becomes the owner, he will be shown. I mean, before the deal is closed, he will be doing a due diligence on the deal, and during the due diligence, all these secrets have to be shared. But the persons have to sign what you call non-disclosure agreement, saying that they will not share it openly, they will not tell anybody, they will keep it confidential. So trade secrets can last forever. In fact, there's one very interesting story which was told to me by a friend of mine who works with Philips. He was working with Philips in India. Now he is in the Netherlands in their head office, and he is also in charge of their IP portfolio. Now he was telling me that in the Philips plant in Netherlands, you can walk through the whole plant, but there is one small, like a room, which is in the middle of the plant, which is in the middle of the factory. Now that room it has all what you call blanked out windows, and there are bouncers standing near the entrance and exit of that room. Why? Because one particular portion of manufacturing of bulbs, certain kinds of LED bulbs, they did not patent it, because they said if you patent it, then it will get copied. So therefore they kept it as a trade secret. And how do they keep it as a trade secret? They ensure that nobody except authorized personnel go in. The bouncers stand outside, facing the outside, and they don't allow anybody to go in. They are there all the time. So imagine that there's so much security given to a room inside the same factory. They keep it secret even from their own people. Now, it does not prevent independent creation. What does that mean? If you have a trade secret, then there is no guarantee. Tomorrow, somebody might think of that and make it his own. They might think of the same secret, and they might file for a patent for that secret. If they file for a patent for that secret, you can't prevent them. You can't say that I have been using this in secret. But you can say that if you can give them proof that you have been using the same secret for earlier time, then you can get a license to use it for yourself, but not for anybody else. Patents. You've heard of it. The conditions are, is it a product, material, tool? Is it new? Is there a novel step or a novel feature? Does it have at least one useful feature? Is the new feature non-obvious to one trained in the field? All these are conditions and language which I think you are already familiar with. because I'm not the first speaker in this session, in this program. But the interesting things are these. It should not be an abstract idea. So the theory of gravity cannot be patented by Newton, or the Aryabhatta invented the zero or discovered the zero, concept of zero. Now that zero cannot be patented. Then, you know, that what I'm saying is I'm assuming that the patent law existed in those days. Okay. So I'm just giving it as a example. Now, does it have, it should not be an abstract idea, a natural law or phenomenon. Now let's look at what happens to what happens if there is a single patent. If there's a single patent also, it is generally sufficient to protect you in many cases. But most big companies which are continually developing new technologies, doing a lot of R&D and spending a lot of R&D, they will want to create a patent portfolio. That means they want to create a list of assets. And those list of intellectual assets, a huge list, will help them fight other people who are trying to infringe the patent to think twice. So if I have, let us say, one patent, a Google will not be scared of me. But if I have 500 patents, then a Google will say, this company has 500 patents. Okay, so a large portfolio in the hands of a deep-pocketed patent owner has intimidatory value. It is an 800-pound gorilla that you must fight to be able to get free. It is a moat circling a fort. You must have heard the language of moat used by Warren Buffett's famous saying that he is interested in any business only if it has a moat. That means it keeps away competitors all the time. Competitors have to fight to get in. So one patent is a brick. Many patents are a protective wall. I'll give you the example of Gillette. Gillette makes, their biggest presence was in oral care, and oral care means toothpaste, toothbrush, etc. and shaving kits. Now you may wonder, what is so great? How many patents they must be having in shaving kits? Give me 1 minute. I'll take you to the last slide, which I have actually otherwise not intended to share. Just 1 minute, okay? How do I share? Have I shared it? 1 minute. Now? Okay. So look at this. These are the title of their patents. I have just picked up 37. They have over 2,000. Just look at it. Shaving razor blade, razor structure, handle for a razor, shaving razor cartridge, shaving razor cartridge cover, shaving razor cartridge and method of manufacture, shaving razor system, case for a shaving razor handle. Just imagine all these things just to get a right to protect themselves from anybody copying shaving razor and a handle and a cartridge. That's all. So you can imagine how much money they have spent in getting these patents. Now, it is not just this. You must understand that patents are a monopoly which are granted in return for disclosing how the whole idea. So if you have patented something new, then what the Patent Act essentially does is it gives you an incentive. It says share it with the rest of the world. So file an application in which you disclose how you make that secret thing. I mean, whatever you're patented or applied for a patent, how do you do that? So show it to the whole world, because then the whole world can improve on it. Okay, so that's the whole intention behind giving a monopoly. Otherwise, why will the government give a monopoly? Because actually this will foster more innovation. Okay, and younger people, like many young CAs or young technologists, would be able to think of good ideas. But what generally happens is this, that they take this patent, I mean they apply for the patent, but they disclose, but they disclose it in a manner that it's almost impossible for a lay person to make out. I'll just give you the example of razor blade. This is abstract of the Gillette's patent application for a razor blade. I'll stop here for half a minute. Just try and find out what you can understand by this. This character is micron or micrometer. So they are disclosing the whole secret, but can you make sense of it? It is almost impossible to make sense of this. So the whole patenting is around the language. So you can, every patent that is filed typically has such complex language, especially if you have utilized the services of a good advocate or a good law firm, which is expert in intellectual property law, then this is possible. So now let us go back to just 1 minute, okay? Yeah, so value of a patent portfolio. So Gillette, what it has created is a protective wall by protecting every single point of technology in their shaving brush or shaving kit or whatever. Okay. Now Gillette has, now of course Gillette is sold to and is part of Procter and Gamble, but Gillette basically did this for nearly 60-70 years. For 60-70 years, they continuously got patents for everything, and patent is available only for 20 years. So at the end of the 20th year, they will introduce a new product at a high rate, and the patent expiring product, they will reduce the price, so that competition cannot make money. Okay, so that's how they used to do it. And also, while the patents are in force, then it can block the path for any potential competitor by restricting his what they call as freedom to operate, or FTO. That means everything that he does, he has to look behind his shoulder and see, has Gillette patented it or not? So that is why you don't know. I mean, most of you, especially the males among you, must be using a Gillette blade or a Gillette shaving kit, because you don't even know of any major competitor. There are, but you don't even know of them. Okay, so that is one strategy how a company can prosper using a patent portfolio. The other strategy was Canon versus Xerox. That's a beautiful story. Xerox was the first inventor of photocopying, and they created a big machine which, was a common resource for, let us say, 100 people in an office. So those 100 people, if they wanted anything to be copied, they would go there to that Xerox machine. That Xerox machine would scan the papers that they wanted copied and print it out. And then there would be one person who managed the Xerox machine, because that Xerox machine always used to get paper jam and other things. It would get overheated, then its toner has to be replaced. All those things would keep happening. So therefore, Xerox had a good business, but Canon, which is a Japanese company, they wanted to develop a desktop printing machine. So we have all desktop laser printer and inkjet printers now. So they wanted to develop a laser printer for the desktop. So they went to Xerox and asked them to license their technology. Xerox said, nothing doing. Why should we license? We don't want. We'll come and enter Japan and we'll take over the Japanese market also. Whereas you only will be stuck to Japan and you cannot do anything. So they were very arrogant. So these people went back, brainstormed, and over the next 5 years, they did a lot of R&D about how to create fail-safe cartridges, which encompass all the prone to failure components of a copier. And then they made it smaller in size. And then they made the first laser printer, and they went to Xerox again. So they went to Xerox again and told them, why don't you please license us your technology? Now, Canon did not expect them to say yes, because if they have said no before, they will not change. And this is what happened. But then Canon was ready. They said, this time you have to license it to us, because you can just go to the US patent database and you find out the patents that we have already been granted for various components of a photocopying machine. And you will find that you will not be able to do even one change in any of your models without taking a license from us. So how will you do it? How will you fight us in future? The best way is, let's cross-license. We will cross-license you. We will license you our technology. You license us your technology, your patents. So that brings us to how essentially a patent works. So for example, suppose you invented a, what do you call, three-legged stool, and you patented it. Just imagine, okay? I look at that and I say, hey, this three-legged stool is a little unstable. So let's put a fourth leg and it will become very stable. So I get a patent not for the four-legged stool, but for the fourth leg in that stool. So what is new, I get a patent for. And if I want to manufacture four-legged stools, I have to go to the person who has this three-legged stool as a patent and say, please license me a three-legged stool and I will make a four-legged stool. So somebody else thinks of putting a back and then making it into a chair. So that person has to take a license from the three-legged stool guy and the fourth leg guy, and then get a patent for the back and then be able to make a chair and sell it. So that is how patents work. Okay. Now, what is a copyright? A copyright is any original expression which is fixed in a medium. That medium could be paper, metal, hard disk, CD or CD drive, whatever. And that once it is fixed in a medium, it creates a copyright. And I have given a whole set of examples, including source code and object code. So even if you copy it on an electronic medium, it creates a copyright. Copyright does not need to be registered, but registration is optional in India. Copyright is available for 60 years after the death of the last author in case of co-authoring, or of the author in case of single author. Author or artist or playwright or whatever is written, he gets a copyright for it, and his family or his heirs can enjoy the value of that copyright for another 60 years. It was 50 years earlier, it was raised to 60 years recently in India. In most countries, it is 50 years. Now, we will not discuss any of these cases because it will take too much time. Now, just remember that copyright does not protect the idea itself. It protects the expression of an idea. That means, for example, let's say there are 3 journalists who are standing at one roadside corner and they all witness an accident. They will write up a story and publish it in their respective newspapers, but each of them will write his own story. They are describing the same accident. They saw it all at the same time. but yet they will get copyright for each of their stories because each of their stories are not copied from each other. So it is an original expression. So whatever is an original expression gets the copyright. So that original expression which is fixed on a paper or which is fixed on a CD or a USB drive or whatever, or a hard disk drive. Okay. But it does not protect against independent creation. That means if you have not registered that copyright and somebody else thinks of the same thing and does the same thing, creates the same thing, then that person gets the copyright. You cannot say I had done this earlier. But copyright in the internet era has become a very weak IPR, form of IPR. The reason is it is so easy to copy. Today, almost anything you can copy very easily. Okay. So there is a need to, and the reasons are given here in the last but one bullet. It's under threat from many digital sources, thanks to internet penetration, load, data prices, etc. Okay. Trademarks. There are these 3 bullets. If the answer is yes to all the above, you can trademark it so long as the chosen mark, indicia, are accepted as unique. Trademarks can now include shapes, sounds, logos, color schemes, stylized fonts, brands. So to protect the trademark, you should always use it and use it often. So this registered trademark mark and applied for trademark mark should always be used wherever needed. So that if you have not used a trademark for 20 years, then somebody will say, no, you have abandoned it. So I have got the trademark. Okay. Now, just understand that, for example, the shape of the Coca-Cola bottle, without even the word Coca-Cola stamped on it, the shape of the Coca-Cola bottle was accepted as a trademark, a 3-dimensional trademark in a Japanese court. So now shapes can also be trademarked. Then there was another flashlight, which was also trademarked. Industrial design. Now we have seen patent, copyright, trade secret, and trademarks. Now industrial design or a design is a non-functional and external part of the product that you're making. It has no functional use, and it is ornamental and aesthetic. So for example, if you are making a electric kettle, then the shape of the spout is a design. It is not patentable. Just because it's a unique shape, it cannot be patented. So for example, when Apple made the first iPhone and introduced it, it applied for a patent for the design also. It applied for a design also, not just a patent, but also a design. And then they had a big fight with Samsung, that case which we have not seen, saying that now their tablet and their phones start looking like iPhone and iPad. So therefore, look and feel was tried, or the design was being copied. But was it original? No. Samsung showed one still from one movie called 2001: A Space Odyssey, which was released somewhere in 1980s. In that, they show a person who sits having breakfast with a slab which looks exactly like an iPad, and he is reading the news on that. So he said, you have copied the design from there, so it's not original. That was Samsung's defense in that case. Okay, now accounting and valuation of IPR. These are all important terms which you should get the hang of: an intangible asset and goodwill, fair value, and accounting estimates. See, IPR is a subset of the concept of intangible assets, of the term called intangible assets. And intangible assets, we have standards, variety of standards for accounting, disclosure, and audit. Okay, so I'm going through very quickly. I'm not explaining what is in those, but I'm saying where I'm pointing you out to where you can get information, because that is probably as good, because even for valuation, it's the same. Now, this slide, I would like you to actually read this and make sense of it, because this explains why you need to understand audit of IPR, accounting of IPR, disclosures mandated by law, and so on and so forth. Some financial statement items cannot be measured precisely, but can only be estimated. These include estimation of value of intangible assets, especially intellectual assets. Nature and reliability of information available to management to support the making of an accounting estimate differ widely. This affects the degree of estimation uncertainty associated with accounting estimates. This affects risks of material misstatement. This makes estimates susceptible to management bias. And auditors need to obtain sufficient audit evidence about reasonability of accounting estimates and adequacy of related disclosure. Auditors also need to learn how the management identifies the transactions, makes the estimates, and reviews the outcomes. In identifying and assessing risks of material misstatement, the auditor has to estimate the degree of estimation uncertainty associated with an accounting estimate. Because even an estimate will have uncertainty, and they have to be able to measure how much uncertainty is there. So there's a lot of very abstract theoretical work which an auditor has to do now. And you cannot avoid it. So if an auditor has to do it, then the accountant has to do it, because the accountant will provide the auditor with the data and the auditor will ask questions. Now, these are the relevant pronouncements for accounting and disclosure of IPR. AS 26, Ind AS 38, Schedule 3 of Companies Act. Then Section 143.9 and 143.10, which provide the legal mandate for valuations. And IAS 38, Intangible Assets, which is the IFRS bunch of standards, pronouncements. And IAS 8, Accounting Policies, changes in accounting estimates and errors. So I have covered AS, Ind AS, IAS, Companies Act, Schedule 3 of Companies Act, everything. So it covers accounting and disclosure. What it doesn't cover here is audit. We will do that a little later. Yeah. In audit, there is SA 540, which was old AAS 18, which deals with all this. And the yellow and red one, I have introduced it because I think this has not yet been mandated in India. But it is fairly, sensible, and it will improve upon this SA 540 here. And the revised ISA 540, if it becomes revised SA 540, then whatever is there will have to be looked at. Now, this is discussed in the last slide for recent developments, which I will take you through. And IASB has also included or issued an audit client briefing. That means a briefing to tell the audit client what to expect from the auditors because of this new change. Considerations for management when determining accounting estimates and related disclosures. All this, let's not look at it, identifying and assessing risks. They are all relevant to audit. Valuation is dependent on the personal purpose and perspective. For example, is Twitter worth 46 billion or 44 billion, which he has purchased it for? It is worth it if you are Elon Musk. But if you are not Elon Musk, then you wouldn't think that it is 44 billion. How will you arrive at the valuation? There could be many, many different values arrived at. So, for example, the present management and present major shareholders who, other than Elon Musk, will say, no, it is worth $50 billion or $60 billion. You are undervaluing it. But most people would think, okay, how can a company whose business is just free, showing the comments that made by people about what they are exactly doing now? They can put anything, but what they are exactly doing now, you just announce. Theoretically, it can, have, just wait, I'll just come, I'll drink water and come. Then you drink water and come, then I have just finished drinking water. These will be 2 tweets. Now, this is common among teenagers. So for such a company which allows people to write like this inane comments, how can you get multi-billion-dollar valuations? That's what you might think. But that is why it's dependent on person, purpose, and perspective. Who is it? Why are you valuing it? And what is the context in which you are valuing it? So here you are valuing it for a takeover bid. So there is a what you call control premium, a premium for controlling the company. So therefore your value will be higher because of that. Now before starting work, get the agreed scope. Now this actually I also created a flowchart for it, so I'll take you through that a little later. Then relevant pronouncements for valuation is the ICAI's RVO and Valuation Standard Board's joint publication Handbook of Practices for Registered Valuers. It's a reference material for valuers. Again, the same combination of Valuation Standard Board and ICAI's RVO set up under the IBC Act. They have a compilation of judicial pronouncements on valuation, which is a very good reference source. Now, if you want to know the requirements of valuation under various laws, see the chapter 4 of the Handbook on Best Practices for Reducing Values. So that chapter 4 gives you the requirements under various laws for valuation. Then there is ICAI Valuation Standard 302, which you must see. Intangible assets. It's relating to intangible assets, which applies to intellectual property rights also. It's most relevant for valuation of IPR. This pronouncement is part of the book called ICAI Valuation Standards, which is issued by ICAI and is a mandatory for CAs. 1 minute. Valuation Professionals Insight is another useful joint publication. In fact, the ICAI RVO and the ICAI's Valuation Standard Board has done a lot of work on valuation and on valuation in general, and in particular on valuation of intangible assets, which is what is relevant here for us. And I have just given you a list of all this. You search on the internet, you will get it. You search on ICAI's website, you will get all this. But also remember that all valuations are not done with the going concern assumption. In many cases, especially involving liquidation and insolvency, the going concern assumption may not apply. Valuation exercise in that such cases is very, very different. How to value assets is very, very different. So if you are opening up a sick steel plant, then how you will value that steel plant is completely different from if you are selling a running steel plant. Steps in valuation of intangibles. These are like practical thing. If any of you are actually getting a valuation assignment, then you have to follow all this. In this read available data, the third one here, all this you have to get. And then you have to enlist the help of independent experts when needed. It's very important that you don't say that you can do everything. A lot of study will have to be done, and that is why the tendency is that you will probably work in specific areas. So if you are doing it for, let's say, a company manufacturing filters, then you will not be able to do the same thing for a pharmaceutical company. A pharmaceutical company's considerations will be completely different. Now, how many more minutes do I have? 5, 10, so 4 minutes. So I'm getting ready to wind down. Okay. So this recent developments, 3 main components of the processes to determining accounting estimates are methods and models, assumptions, and data. So revised ISI 540 places pressure on entities to have robust processes to determine these 3 components. Okay. And it places more emphasis on the need for the auditor to express professional skepticism, and the audit client can expect more detailed written representations. Also, the audit work effort will rise. If we were to implement this revised ISA 540 recommendations in India, then audit work effort will rise and hence cost of audit is likely to increase. Auditees will also have to be bracing for more questioning from auditors as regard three components, these three components, the methods and model, assumptions and data. So I think I have come to my last slide. So is there any question that anybody wants to ask? I am no expert on audit. So if you ask me some question on details of some audit report or some audit standard, etc., or even an accounting standard, I may or may not be able to answer. I'll try my best, but I'll give you the answer offline. Any questions? Naveen and Poonam, I think I have managed to successfully managed to put everyone to sleep. So therefore, no questions. So can we close? Or are there any questions which you can see which I can't? Anyway, I have managed to not commit the crime of finishing late. The assigned time limit was 5:10. It is now 5:09. Thanks, Naveen. Thanks, Poonam. Thanks, everybody here who logged in for this. Thank you very much. So I'll now stop my screen sharing and log out. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Hello. Hello.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Poonamji. Can I start my presentation?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen and starting my presentation.
Sharing rights is with you, sir.
Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Rather early good evening. And first of all, I would like to thank ICAI and CECL, and especially Dr. Rajkumar Adukia for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all on this auspicious and important occasion of World Intellectual Property Day. I've been a practicing attorney for more than 20 years now, and after my engineering days, I ventured into the domain of intellectual property. So the way the whole realm and the sphere of intellectual property has grown, not only in India, globally, gives me an immense pleasure to participate in various forums, especially on the Day of Intellectual Property Rights, and then to share my experiences and my involvement in this area with each and every one of you. That's a huge opportunity and a privilege for me. I've been given this responsibility today to talk about global registration and filing of intellectual property rights. My name is Naveen Verma, and I'm one of the senior partners with the firm ZSIP Advocates LLP, based out of New Delhi, but we have operations in different cities of the country as well. The agenda for my discussion for the time allocated would be to understand intellectual property rights, various types of rights. I will do it briefly because I understand that a few of my previous presenters and speakers would have covered the same in great detail. Then we will be talking about significance of global registrations of IPR. The essence being, why do we need IPR protection in countries outside the jurisdiction of relevance, say for example in India? So why should we seek protection globally, and what are the ways in which we can do that? As an example, I will be picking up 3 specific areas of patents, designs, and trademarks to discuss with regard to filing it in India as well as filing outside India. So we'll be talking about in patents, Patent Cooperation Treaty, Paris Convention, for designs again under Paris Convention and Hague Agreement, and for trademarks, domestic filing, then Paris Convention as well as Madrid Protocol. And before I conclude my presentation, I will be talking about trade secrets and its protection as well, because it is also an important intellectual property rights in which the safeguarding measures and the protection norms are a bit different from the basic intellectual property rights such as patents, trademarks, designs, copyrights, etc. Coming back to the first aspect of intellectual property rights and its various types, I've broadly mentioned few pertinent points. I've highlighted the same on my screen as well. So the emphasis is given to those terms marked in kind of orange color. So what are intellectual property rights? As each one of you would have gathered by now from the other speakers, IP rights are nothing but exclusive rights given to a person over the creations of their mind for a certain periods of time, meaning thereby saying that none of the intellectual property rights in their own protection at the one time gives you for perpetuity. Each intellectual property right is for a stipulated period of time for the creations or the ideas and the creativity that you bring along using your minds. And then for few of the intellectual property rights, the same period can be extended over subsequent stages as well. These are legal rights, and in terms, it is also referred to as negative rights because it prevents others from using his or her, or that means using your creation for that specific period of time for which you have sought protection for. Because you're stopping others from doing the same thing, it's called as a negative right. It's for intangible potential assets because many a time the intellectual property rights cannot be felt in physicality. It's something which is more of an intangible essence. It is nothing but a monopoly to use the intellectual property right for a specific period in the relevant jurisdiction where you have sought for protection. Now, coming to the significance of IP rights, it provides definitely incentive for creations. That is intellectual property creations. It provides you incentives. It accords due recognition to the creators and inventors because once I file it, my name reflects in various publications globally wherever I apply for intellectual property, and I get due recognitions from various officers once I get the protections there. It ensures material rewards for me once I start commercializing my intellectual property right. That means I'm getting material rewards or benefit out of it. It makes available genuine and original products because there is no copycat. If I have created something from scratch, you have created something which is new and original, that means genuine products are coming to the market as well. And at last, it also enhances market competitiveness because if my competitor wants to launch something new, something different, he will have to ensure that he does not overlap with my patent or my intellectual property rights. And then he creates something which is completely new. It enhances the competitiveness in the market as well. That's the reason why it is also an important point with regard to significance of intellectual property rights. Now, types of intellectual property rights. As I said, for the reference purposes, I have kind of picked up 3 most relevant and the most prominent intellectual property rights, which are easy for the general audience to connect. We're talking about patents, which basically covers inventions to products, can be a physical product, to processes. This could be a method or a process step for pharmaceutical or agrochemical or biotechnology inventions. It could be processes for software industry as well. It could be materials. It could be compositions for chemistry and pharmaceutical industry as well. So it could have physicality in terms of the product is, the process steps and the method steps. It could be materials, it could be compositions. But the moment we talk about inventions, it should come under the realm or the protection of patents. And one of the important aspects being patents are offered or provided for technical solution to a technical problem. So each time you identify a technical problem in anything that you have seen in the world in terms of physical product or processes, if you offer a technical solution to it, you can apply for a patent for a monopoly for a stipulated period of time. Designs are nothing but external features appealing to the eye. If I'm talking about this remote for operating my air conditioner, the manner in which the remote looks like, the features, external features that the remote has can be protected by way of a design. That means that particular article, which is a product, should have a shape, pattern, configuration for qualifying itself to be having external features appealing to the eye. In the examples I've included a dial of a wristwatch and Tetra Pak bottles for safeguarding or for storing fluids. In this example, for example, milk. So these Tetra Pak bottles can be protected by way of designs, and the look and feel of the wristwatch and the dials can be protected by way of designs again. Nothing on the functionality side, but on the look and feel only. Trademark, it's nothing but a visual symbol such as a word, name, logo, label, monogram, or a slogan. Just like at Nike, let's do it becomes a slogan, which can also be protected by way of a trademark. When such kind of a trademarks applied on articles of manufacture or the kind of services it is offering, it can be protected. And the purpose of filing for a trademark application is it indicates the origin of the goods and the services. That is, it reflects upon where exactly the goods and services are originating from. And for registered marks, we use R within the circle. And when our application is pending, we use TM, referring trademark, and within the circle. Copyright, which is again reflected within the C within a circle. It is meant for artistic, literary, musical, dramatic creations. These are all proprietary rights. That means as soon as you create it, you hold a right in your creativity. Whether you're writing a poem, writing a book, writing a paragraph, scribbling something on a piece of paper, sketching something, the moment you create it, you have an inherent copyright in it. Geographical indication primarily refers to, or it identifies agricultural, natural, or manufactured goods originating from a definite territory, such as Darjeeling tea. That means tea grown in that specific area can only be referred to as Darjeeling tea. What comes from Assam cannot be referred as Darjeeling tea. It should be referred with a different name, such as Assam tea, or what comes from different parts of India, from the Nilgiri Hills, South India, cannot be referred to as Assam tea or cannot be referred to as Darjeeling tea if they have been protected under geographical indications. That means it possesses specific quality or reputation based on the unique characteristics of the geographical location. So such features get indicated to under geographical indications. Similarly, we have other protections such as semiconductor, integrated circuits, plant variety, etc. Now I'll quickly move on to global registrations of IPR. Why do we need it? The first and the foremost important point is to remember that IPRs are territorial in nature. That means wherever or whichever country you apply for it, you will get protection in that country only. So if you want the protection to extend to countries beyond the country of origination, you will have to file in other countries. That is the relevance of today's subject for discussion, global registration of IPRs. That means you want to protect your IPR not only in one country, but countries outside India or countries outside any specific country where you have filed for it for the first time. It gives you business opportunities as multiple countries. It enhances your business's market value, helps turning your ideas into commercially viable products in such relevant marketplaces. It definitely mitigates potential threats because if you have competitors in a specific country, if you have sought IP protection in that country, your competitors will not be able to launch the products because you have already taken protection in that country. So it mitigates the potential threats in such countries. So next aspect would be talking about patents, and we have two ways in which the same can be protected by way of taking it outside India, for example. Patents, as we have discussed, exclusive right, stop others from making, using, selling it, proprietary rights, given for new inventions and for a stipulated period of 20 years. this flow chart I'm skipping for the time being, which talks about the manner in which the patent applications are filed in India and eventually gets into a grant. Now the question comes in about filing the patent applications outside India. It's an important point to remember that the government of India has put in a mandate saying that any technology that originates from India cannot be taken outside without intimating the government. The purposes are for defense-related activities or anything to do with secrecy provisions. So the government says either you inform the government that you have your patent technology which is relevant for you to go outside India, the government decides whether you can take outside or not. Or else you file a patent in India, wait for some time, let the government evaluate your file, and then you take the patent outside India. The first proposition is foreign filing license. If you read the paragraph, it says an inventor who is a resident in India, that means a person who has invented the technology being in India, resident in India, desires to file a patent application first in a country other than India. It is necessary to obtain a foreign filing license, FFL, from the Indian Patent Office. Such sub-request usually takes around 3 weeks. The moment you file the FFL request, the government will evaluate your case, gives you that permission. If they feel that the technology can be taken outside, then you can file outside the country. If not, you will receive a communication from the government that the technology is relevant for the government, and typically the government allocates one of the government departments, such as DRDO, to get in touch with you for discussing their subject matter, and you are not allowed to file outside India. Otherwise, if you don't want to wait for the taking a foreign filing license, you can just file for a patent application in India and wait for 6 weeks. If by 6 weeks, if you do not receive any communication from the government, then you are free to file outside India. These are the two important aspects that you should remember before you file patent outside India. There are 3 ways in which you can file or take your patents globally. First way is to directly file national patent systems. That means you are directly filing your patent applications in 5 countries by taking care of your previous slides requirements of FFL or filing an application, waiting for 6 weeks, then you can do whatever you want in whichever country. That's the first option, national patent system. The second route is called as Paris Convention route. It is nothing but a treaty under which the signatory countries allow reciprocal arrangements for their member countries. So if you file a patent application in India, you can file the same patent application in any other country within 12 months from your filing date in India. But even if you file it in other country, after 10 months, you will always get the benefit of the first date as you have filed in India. So this is the advantage of Paris Convention applications. That means you can file several regional patent offices, taking the advantage of filing the application in India. Now, the third route is referred to as Patent Cooperation Treaty route or PCT system route, in which you file the first application in India, but you don't want only 12 months. You want more time to file it in other countries because your market is not ready. 12 months period under the Paris Convention is too short for you. Then you file, the moment you file it in India, you file one international application called as a PCT application within the first 12 months. The moment you file the PCT application the first 12 months, now you get extra 18 months. That means 12 plus 80, total 30 or 31 months from the first filing in India to decide which country you want to go. So as I said, for Paris Convention, you have just 12 months to file outside India. Under the Patent Cooperation Treaty or the PCT system, you have approximately around 30 or 31 months to file in any other country of your interest. So these are different routes in which applicants decide based on their requirements of commercialization, joint ventures, mergers, acquisitions, and their future expansion possibilities and plans, saying that they would like to file patent application outside India, then decide which route to be followed. Similarly, as I mentioned, national applications upon receipt of FFL, applicant can proceed to file application in countries of interest individually. he can do that. National Patent Office such as US, said applications may be filed directly or may result from a regional or a PCT international application as well. Paris Convention, we have already discussed. I'll skip these slides again. Patent Cooperation Treaty, as I've mentioned, it is a treaty. The signatories to this treaty can avail this possibility of filing it in under PCT route and get the additional benefit of total 30 to 31 months. Instead, like in Paris Convention, as I said, we have 12 months time to file outside India. Whereas in PCT Parent Cooperation Treaty, we have 30 to 31 months to file outside India. The advantage being, under the PCT system, thorough examination and search is conducted at the international stage, at this stage, the red color word international stage, and you get the benefit of the international authority conducting the search and examination, that before even you entering the different countries, you are very sure saying that whether the patent application is clean in terms of no overlapping technologies from other parties. It is very, effectively lesser cost as compared to direct entries into many countries. In a flow chart or in a block diagram, this you can also see that 0 months, 12 months period is for your Paris Convention advantage. Then you have additional 18 months, which becomes 30 to 31 months under the PCT route. So you get this additional benefit of Patent Cooperation Treaty, which is not available under the convention, the Paris Convention route. Now for designs. Design is nothing but a statutory right, wherein the statute prescribes registration as a condition, precedent, or protection. For protection, we are basically talking about aesthetic aspects of shape, configuration, pattern, ornament, or composition of lines of colors as applied to an article. That article includes, among other things, any substance, artificial or partly artificial, or partly natural, and any part of the article which is capable of being manufactured and sold independently. So it's important to remember that design is meant for aesthetics aspects of a product, especially for shape, configuration, pattern, or ornamentation of that product. However, that product should be capable of being manufactured and sold independently. You cannot ask for a design protection for a component of a product. If I take this pen as an example, I cannot take a small component of this pen and ask for a design if I am not being able to manufacture and sell it independently. Otherwise, it will not come under the realm of design protection and you will receive objections to it. Another important point is that design for which you are seeking protection for should be novel and should be original, which is a prerequisite for design protection. That means that design that you are seeking protection for India, for any article, that design should not be available in the public domain before the date of filing of your application. It has to be absolutely novel, and it is not meant for India only. It should be novel from the global context. It should not be available in any part of the world. A design is considered novel if it has not been disclosed to public anywhere in the world by publication or use or in any other way before the filing date or priority date. It is significantly distinguishable from known designs or a combination of such known designs. Then only you can go for the protection of design routes. Now, design applications can also be protected outside India for global protection under two specific routes. One is you can directly file it in other country. And the second one is that the first is directly file it in other countries is always available with you. You want to file it in India, file it, and then you want to go to any other country, you immediately go it. The second advantage is to file it under the Paris Convention route because India is signatory to Paris Convention. So we have the benefit of Paris Convention route, in which any person who has duly filed an application for an industrial design in one of the countries signatory to Paris Convention enjoys for the purpose of filing in other countries a right of priority, provided that the application is filed within 6 months from the date of filing of the first application. Meaning thereby, that if we file an application in India on 1st of April 2022, and if we want to go to file other countries and file it, we can take a benefit of India of the Indian filing date of 1st April 22 and file it in other countries within the next 6 months. That means before 1st of October 2022, we can go and file it in any other country. In all such countries, we will always get the benefit of the India filing date. That means even though we file it in September in the United States, but we will get a filing date which is advantageous to India. That means our application will still get the benefit of the Indian application date, which is April 1st, 2022. This is only possible because of the Paris Convention route. Any filing that is equivalent to a regular national filing under the domestic legislation of a country, of the convention, or any bilateral or multilateral treaties concluded between the countries of convention shall be recognized as giving rise to the right of priority. Where an industrial design is filed in a country by virtue of right of priority based on filing of a utility model, the period of priority shall be the same. This is an enhanced concept. I'll not be discussing too much about utility models because it is also comes under detailed nuances of intellectual property rights of the overlap between designs, patterns, and utility models. But basic aspect being that we can take the advantage of priority under the Paris Convention route and go ahead and file it in many other countries. Now we have another arrangement called as Hague Agreement, which allows me to file in multiple countries of the world by taking a single route. That route is referred to as a Hague filing or a Hague application. Hague Agreement is nothing but under this agreement, it offers the possibility of obtaining protection of industrial designs in several contracting parties by means of a single international application filed with the International Bureau of the World Intellectual Property Organization. It is nothing but one international application replaces a whole series of applications which would otherwise have to be filed with different national offices. Again, a single international application may comprise several different designs. Multiple applications be covered under a single application. It goes up to a maximum of 100 applications or 100 embodiments covered in a single application as well. International registrations valid for 5 years. It can be renewed for one or more additional periods of 5 years. So this is under the Hague Agreement. Now let's talk about global registration for trademarks and how exactly it's being filed in India and outside India. As we have seen in the previous slides, saying that trademark is nothing but a recognizable word, a name, a logo, label, monogram, slogan, sign, design, or expression that identifies the products or services from particular source and distinguishes them from the others. For example, if I talk about a cell phone and I can see a logo of an Apple there, I understand this comes from one specific provider, which happens to be an Apple iPhone. However, if I take another phone and turn it around and I can see another name which is mentioned as Samsung or Nokia or LG or any other brand, I understand that this particular name or the word or the logo is actually identifying that product, and it's taking me to the source identifier because it identifies that where is it coming from. Mercedes versus Audi versus Volkswagen versus Bentley versus Porsche. All these words reflect the source from which that particular product is coming from. And the moment you can identify the source and distinguish one product from the other, you are saying that I am able to do that because of the trademark that particular word or the logo or the label or the slogan or the sign reflects upon. Like a Nike symbol in itself shows me that the shoes is from Nike, and it enhances my perception towards that brand. It enhances my acceptability towards that particular product, saying its quality, credentials, comfort, ABCD, look and feel, ABCD, versus its competitors, which could be a Puma shoe or a Reebok shoe or any other shoe for that matter of fact. Trademark protection, similar to patents and design, is again territorial in nature. Whichever country you apply for, you get protection in that country. And remember, whenever I say country and territorial in nature, many countries in the world collectively form a union, such as the European Union. We have such kind of small unions which enable us to file a single application, but you get eventually protection in many countries collectively. Such kind of forums are also called as regional application filing mode, wherein the protection application is filed in one country, but eventually it is being examined and eventually registered in that particular forum, but then you get protection for multiple countries qualified under that forum. Like for European Union, you have a bunch of European countries which collectively forms European Union. And if you apply for a trademark or a patent or a design protection in such kind of a European Union as a single application, it is being examined and prosecuted. And once your technology or your trademark or your design gets granted or registered, you can extend the protection in all the member countries by doing some simple activities which are prescribed under the law in such kind of a regional associations. That means the trademark is also territorial in nature, the way trade patents and designs are. Similarly, separate applications need to be filed in each country wherever you wish to register your trademark. That means, so by this last statements, it necessitates that we also look at global filings for trademarks as we have discussed for patents as well as designs. National applications, it governs the system of international trademark registration. A mark can be registered in multiple countries by filing an application for international application through a trademark office of the applicant. That means if we are originating from India, our application in India can be referred to as Office of Origin or the place where we are actually originating the application from. Paris Convention route, any person who has duly filed an application for a trademark in one of the countries signatory to Paris Convention enjoys for the purposes of filing in other countries right of priority, provided the subsequent application is filed within 6 months. Similar to designs, if you file application in India and want to go to any other country and that country is also signatory to Paris Convention, then you can take the advantage of priority of 6 months and file it in that country during the 6 months period, but get the benefit of the India filing date in the subsequent country as well. So this is the advantage of Paris Convention route. However, if you don't want to file it in multiple countries under the Paris Convention route, trademark also provides you one additional route known as Madrid Protocol. This was nothing but an agreement signed by parties coming together. That agreement was referred to as Madrid Protocol Agreement. India recently in the last few years acceded to Madrid Protocol. Now an Indian applicant can file in multiple countries through one application under the Madrid route. Or many parties filing in multiple countries worldwide can come to India through the multiple route, through the Madrid route of application as well. So Madrid Protocol governs the system of international trademark registration. A mark can be registered in multiple countries by filing an application for international trademark registration through the trademark office of the applicant, that means Office of Origin. There are a couple of stages. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. This is a bit exhaustive in terms of understanding how it is, but it is a very convenient and an appropriate route through which you can file it in many other countries once you want to file application outside India. Availing benefits under the Madrid Protocol, in order to file an international application under the Madrid Protocol, there should be a corresponding trademark application filed in India first. In a single international application under the Madrid Protocol, several countries may be designated which are members of this Madrid system. Another benefit being the fees will depend upon the number of classes and the countries whichever you have designated under the Madrid application. The benefit of filing application through Madrid Protocol is it definitely lowers costs compared to individual filing in foreign countries. managing the renewals of such trademark registrations once it gets registered, change of address of the applicant or subsequent proprietor, change in ownership if somebody assigns the trademarks to some other party is far more easier and far more cost effective. Additional countries may be designated at a later stage. If you have just 10-12 countries at this point of time, you can file it in 10-12 countries through Madrid. But 3 years down the line, your market has expanded, your business has expanded. Now, if you want to file for another 25 countries, you can very conveniently do it through the Madrid Protocol route for the trademark applications. It's a very, very important route and a very convenient route for Indian applicants as well to file single application and then designate multiple countries and take your trademarks and your brands outside India for the corresponding commercial products and the services that you or your company intends to offer. Now, before we conclude the other aspects, I would like to come to something called as trade secrets and its protection. Now, what is a trade secret? Trade secrets are again intellectual property rights on confidential information which may be sold or licensed. Now, it's a very interesting feature which is called as confidential information, because on one end, for all other intellectual property rights, we say that you have to submit it to the government, you get a certificate or a registration or a grant to call it as you are protected. Whereas for trade secrets, you don't have to submit it to any government. You don't have to give your technology or your information to anybody. You are actually retaining such kind of confidential information with yourself. You can, of course, sell it to other parties. You can, of course, license it to other parties. You can, of course, give some sort of a permission to others for using the same under strict regulations or guidelines defined by you as the owner of such confidential information. Such kind of confidential information, which apart from you, nobody else in the world owns it, that information is referred to as trade secrets. Because such kind of a secret information is used in the realms of trading or commercial purposes or businesses, you have the attribution of trade being attributed to the word secret, so it becomes a trade secret. To qualify as a trade secret, the information must be commercially valuable. That means it's known only to a limited group of persons, and be subject to reasonable steps taken by the rightful holder of the information to keep it secret. As I said, it is not only important that you have the confidential information, it is extremely important for you to reflect upon what measures are you taking to keeping it secret. The moment it no longer remains secret, it is no longer a trade secret and it cannot be called as confidential. So the subject to reasonable step, you have to take all reasonable steps to retain and to maintain the information confidential to qualify it as trade secrets, and use of confidentiality agreement for business partners or employees. And you can find trade secret in every place, within an organization, within two different organizations, within countries, within big brands, smaller brands, many things. Even in every organization, the kind of information that an organization has, its employees' details, its business details, its clients' details, everything is confidential, and it's a trade secret for that organization itself. So the unauthorized acquisition, use, or disclosure of such secret information in a manner contrary to honest commercial practices by others is regarded as unfair practice and a violation of the trade secret protection. That means you cannot acquire as unauthorized, you cannot use it, you cannot disclose it in a manner which is contrary to the honest commercial practices. That means you cannot acquire information without informing the relevant people. You cannot use ways and means which are not ethically and practically permissible. If you do all such kind of things in an unfair practice manner, you are actually violating the trade secret protection afforded to each person who has actually made an attempt to protect the same. So you will be liable for legal repercussions which have been defined under the laws of each relevant country. Types of trade secrets could be technical information, could be commercial information. So trade secret encompasses both technical information such as information concerning manufacturing processes, pharmaceutical test data, designs, drawings of computer programs, your computer program codes, and commercial information could be distribution methods, list of suppliers, client information, advertising strategies, marketing strategies, so on and so forth. A trade secret may also be made up of combination of elements, such as something which is available in public, but the combination makes it unique. It can be something which is available in the market, but the way you have combined that information to draw an analogy, that combination becomes a trade secret, and you can stop others copying that combination which have been very uniquely created by you. Other examples of information that may be protected by trade secrets could be financial information, formulas, recipes, source codes. Few very, very prominent examples that each one of us can relate to is the secret blend of 11 herbs and recipes and spices which KFC uses, and till date it says that it's trade secret, nobody knows it. But all of us definitely relish the KFC burgers, which have unique or KFC chicken combinations and the offerings that KFC provides, which is very unique as compared to many of its competitors. The Coca-Cola's recipe regarding its signature drink is till date a trade secret. Google's, of course, search algorithm, everybody knows it. It's a trade secret. Nobody knows how exactly are they enhancing the Google search algorithm, but they are well ahead of their competitors, and the competitors are not being able to track and trace them what your Google is doing in terms of the search algorithms. Similarly, the New York Times bestseller list, which is a reasonable assessment of them in terms of all the publishing documents and the booklets, to qualify what qualifies as a bestseller under the New York Times is a well-known trade secret of New York Times. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation for today, and I would like to once again, thank you, Dr. Adukia and the team, and for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all on this important day of World Intellectual Property Day. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you once again. If there are no questions, am I allowed to drop out? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time and listening to this presentation. Thank you.
बंद करना। हेलो हेलो, क्या हुआ? कौन से ज्वाइन किया? हेलो, तो चलता हुआ प्रोग्राम था, क्या हुआ? हेलो, यस, हाँ, गुड इवनिंग, am I audible? So when should I start? Nobody is I'm not seeing anyone face. Hello. Huh? Where is Adugaji? Adugaji is here. How many participants is there? Hello. Hello. No participant is there. How many participants is there? Hello. सर कोई प्रोग्राम में नहीं, ओनली 3 लोग ही तो हैं, कोई उसमें से 2 अपने सपोर्ट करने वाले, किसको सुनाऊंगा मैं? कौन हैंडल कर रहा प्रोग्राम? हैंडल कौन कर रहा? तो ऑनलाइन में भी तो कोई नहीं है, पार्टिसिपेंट कितने हैं? हाँ करेक्ट कराओ ना, नहीं कोई है ही नहीं, पार्टिसिपेंट तो 3 ही दिख रहा है मेरे को तो। हेलो.
हेलो.
Who's organizer? Nobody is.
बेसिकली कहना तो यही चाहते हैं कि मैं बोलूंगा कि नहीं दो तो देर लगाएंगे मेरे कहने. ये नेक्स्ट मतलब वो मैम को कह रहे हैं कि ना.
हेलो. हेलो. अरे कोई है ही नहीं, कोई सुन ही नहीं रहा. कौन है ये टेक्निकल टीम में? कौन है? जय, कितने पार्टिसिपेंट है? हाँ तो वो स्टार्ट करने के लिए कोई है, उसमें कोई बोल ही नहीं रहा है. कब चालू करो, कुछ करो यार ऐसे.
Hello, sir. This is Deepika from CECL committee, sir.
Yes, okay.
So, welcome, sir. Participants are there. The session was going on since 1:30. So,
Okay.
you can start your session, sir. And the sharing right is with you if you have any PPT, sir.
No, I don't have any PPT. Okay.
So, you can start, sir. Welcome to the meeting. The dice is yours, sir.
Okay. Good evening. I'm the Purushottam Khandelwal, Center Council members. First of all, wish you all the happy day for this. Today is the Intellectual Property Day, and world is celebrating this IPR Day. So, first of all, I will try to what is the intellectual property, what the right associated with that, how we can acquire the right, how can we transfer the right, how many laws in India to protect the intellectual property rights. So first of all, before I start, I would like you to give some example of the brand valuation. So latest survey, as per the latest survey report, Tata Group continue a best branch in India, having a $19.6 billion, greater than the value of LIC and Infosys. Continue second brand value of LIC, having $7.3 billion. Infosys having $6.5 billion, and SBI has $5.97 billion, India's largest and oldest commercial bank. So if we are talking combined together, LIC and Infosys, the brand value of Tata is still much higher than that. So first of all, how to acquire the, how to develop the brands. A brand केवी रीते कैसे आप डेवलप करते हैं, उसकी वैल्यू कैसे डिसाइड होती है, that I will explain you. So what you are exactly committed to outside world, whether consumer or a customer or a stakeholder, and what you are doing, if they in the same line, that create a brand value. Suppose अगर टाटा की बात करें तो जो टाटा बोलते हैं और जो करते हैं दोनों में सामंजस्य है. So the टाटा की ब्रांड वैल्यू इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा हाईएस्ट ब्रांड वैल्यू टाटा की है, बिकॉज दी रतन टाटा जो कुछ भी बोलते हैं तो वो करते हैं, उससे लोगों का उसमें भरोसा होता है, स्टेक होल्डर का उसमें भरोसा होता है. So this is the latest report of brand valuation. अगर मैं आगे बात करूं तो कुछ मर्जर के एग्जांपल देता हूं कि हाउ मच फाइनेंस इन्वॉल्व इन दी दिस IPR. Suppose South Indian Korean company Lotte contractually acquired Hammer brand ice cream in India. So everybody knows the people of India is very fond of आइसक्रीम के बहुत शौकीन है. तो इंडिया में 5,000 करोड़ का आइसक्रीम का मार्केट है, और जस्ट टू एक्वायर्ड राइट इन दी आइसक्रीम मार्केट, दी लोटे कन्फेक्शनरी has paid 1,000 20 crore rupees to Hammer, and out of 120 crore rupees, 800 for the just acquiring a brand, and rest 220 crore rupees the plant and machinery. And again, one example of the Gujarat company, Pan India Limited, Rajkot, having a more than 500 brands. Out of 500 brands, one brand is a Sesa oil. So one company has been set up, Sesa Care Private Limited, and to acquire a controlling stake in this company, PE North had paid a 1,250 crore rupees to the Sesa Oil company to just acquire a 74% controlling stake, and remaining, even though 26% stake retained with the Maulik Kukwani, who is the promoter of the company. So how much finance involved in the IPR transaction? And we as a chartered accountant cannot restrain from this transaction, because there is a lot of professional work what we can do for the clients. Just suppose this deal happens, valuation portion, accounting portion, taxation portion, stamp duty, all these can be done by the chartered accountant. So first of all, I will try what is the intellectual property. So intellectual property means the creation of human mind. ऐसा जो यूनिक हो, नया हो, किसी की कॉपी नहीं की हो, नया थॉट्स हो, बिकॉज वी नो दैट दो हाथ के इंप्रेशन, थंब इंप्रेशन भी आपस में मैच नहीं होते. सो लोग बोलते हैं कि ये नाम कैसे पता लगेगा लोगों को. तो जब आप जो नाम रखते हो, उसकी मार्केट में सर्विस देते हो, मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट बेचते हो, तो धीरे धीरे आपकी ब्रांड वैल्यू डेवलप होती है. सो इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी refer to the creation of human mind, such as a invention, literally, artistic work, design, symbol, name, image used in the commerce. So that is called the intellectual property right. And India में intellectual property rights जो acquire किया है, उसको protect करने के लिए इंडिया में presently 5 law है. One is the Patent Act 1970, another is the Copyright Act 1957, third is Trademark Act 1999, fourth is a Geographical Indication, and fifth is a Design Act. जो 5 law है. और what if the जो पार्टिसिपेंट है उनको मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि ये जो 5 law है, इसमें अगर आप थोड़ा सा भी टाइम दें तो वी कैन डेवलप अ गुड प्रैक्टिस. जो इनकम टैक्स, ऑडिट, जीएसटी और बाकी कॉर्पोरेट लॉ में अपने जो टाइम दे रहे हैं, उसका 10% टाइम भी हम इन लॉ को पढ़ने के लिए या इस लॉ को समझने के लिए दें, तो काफी कुछ प्रैक्टिस को डेवलप की जा सकती है. और इनके लिए न तो आपको अलग अलग वेबसाइट का ध्यान रखने का है, जैसे इनकम टैक्स में इनकम टैक्स की वेबसाइट आपको अलग से ध्यान रखने का है, जीएसटी की अलग से वेबसाइट ध्यान रखने का है, बराबर. इनकम टैक्स, जीएसटी, आरओसी, डीसीएफटी, ऑल अलग अलग साइट की जगह आपके पास एक ही वेबसाइट है, वो है ipindia.nic.in, जिससे पेटेंट का, ट्रेडमार्क का, जियोग्राफिकल इंडिकेशन का और डिजाइन का रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है. अनदर वन इज द copyrightindia.gov.in. सो इन दो वेबसाइट पे पूरी प्रैक्टिस डिपेंड है, बराबर. सो whenever you free, you visit that website and go and surfing. You can find lot of trademarks registered, and all these website is free and open to all. It's a public domain, public document. You can go and see any trademark registration process of even though whatever company you like, whether it's Reliance, Tata or a McDonald's. तो आपको ये काम देख के भी सीखा जा सकता है. और वैसे जैसे अपने इनकम टैक्स में अगर एक रिटर्न भरने के लिए 200 कॉलम आपको फिल करने पड़ते हैं, इस 200 कॉलम की जगह आईपीआर राइट्स, जैसे अब आप ट्रेडमार्क की एप्लीकेशन कर रहे हैं तो आपको 5-6 फील्ड ही आपको फिलअप करने का है, एंड यू विल गेट मोर देन 10 टाइम फी ऑफ द इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न व्हाट यू हैव फाइल्ड. सो in this lectures I will try to explain how to deal with client, what are the law available in India, and where is the jurisdiction lies on. So I have explained the 5 law presently popular law in India: Patent Act 1970, Copyright 1957, Trademark Act 1999, GI Act 1999, and Design Act 2000. What is a patent? Brief मतलब patent which is invention which is new to the world. वर्ल्ड के लिए नया आविष्कार है. एवरीबडी नोज नेसेसिटी इज मदर ऑफ इन्वेंशन. जब जरूरत होगी तो लोगों ने उसका इन्वेंशन किया. पहले लोग पैदल जाते थे, टाइम ज्यादा लगता था, बैलगाड़ी से रेल पे आए, कार पे आए और एरोप्लेन पे आए. एंड देन देयर आफ्टर सपोज आपको हीट महसूस होती है, यू हैव डेवलप्ड एसी. number of technology has been developed. So the patent किसका किया जाता है, which is new to the world, and another is non-obvious. कोई भी काम जग जाहिर नहीं होना चाहिए. Everybody knows. और हम बोलते हैं हमने इन्वेंशन किया, which is not correct. Third is which has a commercial use. अगर पेटेंट को रजिस्टर करना है तो उसका कॉमर्शियल यूज होना जरूरी है. अगर आपने ऐसा टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप किया जिसका कॉमर्शियल वर्ल्ड में कोई वैल्यू नहीं है, कोई यूज नहीं हो सकता, तो वो पेटेंट गवर्नमेंट रजिस्टर नहीं करेगी. सो विच इज न्यू टू दी वर्ल्ड, नॉन ऑब्वियस, कॉमर्शियल यूज. एंड फोर्थ वन इज विच इज बिफोर टू दी कमिंग टू कॉमर्शियल मार्केट. आपका पेटेंट पहले रजिस्टर कराना पड़ेगा, फिर मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट को लाने का. अगर आपने ऑलरेडी प्रोडक्ट को मार्केट में ला दिया है तो उसका पेटेंट रजिस्टर नहीं करा सकते, बिकॉज दैट इज ऑलरेडी इन पब्लिक डोमेन एंड एवरीबॉडी नोज दैट. करेक्ट. Another reason, copyright. Copyright means the copyright of artist work, painter, musician, photographer, author, film director, computer programmer, right to performer, producer of phonograms, broadcasting and organizing. So book का right, copyright, patent का book का copyright, music का, pictures का, paintings का, आपने कोई म्यूजिक डेवलप किया उसका, तो ये दिस ऑल आर राइट प्रोटेक्टेड बाय कॉपीराइट एक्ट 1957. नेक्स्ट वन इज द ट्रेडमार्क, वेरी पॉपुलरली नोन एज ब्रांड नेम. ब्रांड नेम, अगर ब्रांड नेम नाम का, लोगो का, कंबाइंड ऑफ नेम एंड लोगो, मोनोग्राम, सिंबल, कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ नेम, मोनोग्राम एंड सिंबल, जैसे टाटा, बिरला, रिलायंस, बिस्लेरी, सैमसंग, ओरिएंट, ऑल दीज आर दी example of brand name. The right of this brand holder or a trademark holder is protected by Trademark Act 1999. Another one is a Geographical Indication, GI Act. I think it may be new for you. GI Act means the Geographical Indication. आप जैसे सभी जानते हैं कि अपने जैसे कोई घूमने जाते हैं तो जनरली नॉर्मली व्हाट इज द टेंडेंसी दैट वहां की क्या चीज फेमस है वो हम लेके आएंगे. यहाँ अगर जाएंगे तो सबसे पहले जाएंगे तो यहाँ की क्या चीज खाने के लिए सबसे ज्यादा फेमस है, जैसे आगरा के पेठे, रतलामी सेब, बीकानेरी रतलामी सेब, बीकानेरी भुजिया, पाटन के पटोले, कांजीवरम की साड़ियां, ढाका की मलमल, एंड ऑल दिस विच इज एसोसिएट विद द ज्योग्राफिकल इंडिकेशन, क्योंकि उनका जो टेस्ट है वो उस पर्टिकुलर ज्योग्राफी की वजह से ही आता है. तो वहां के जो इसमें इन्वॉल्व है लोग जो इनसे रोजगार कर रहे हैं और उनको अगर प्रोटेक्ट नहीं करेंगे, और अगर आगरा के पेटे अहमदाबाद वाले लिखेंगे कि आगरा के पेटे, जो रियल आगरा के लोग हैं जो उसमें इन्वॉल्व है, जो उसमें वर्षों से काम कर रहे हैं, तो उनके राइट्स को डिप्राइव होगा. तो उनके राइट को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए ये जीआई एक्ट लेके आए. जीआई एक्ट का पहला एग्जांपल है शैंपेन. एवरीबॉडी नोज शैंपेन इज अ ड्रिंक्स दैट हैज बीन प्रोड्यूस्ड इन वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ फ्रांस कॉल्ड डिस्ट्रिक्ट नेम शैंपेन. वो शैंपेन उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट का नाम है जहां से ये शैंपेन आती है और ये वर्ल्ड में फेमस है, जो पीपल यूज करते हैं सेलिब्रेशन के लिए. सो ज्योग्राफिकल इंडिकेशन जिस पर्टिकुलर जो ज्योग्राफी के कारण वो प्रोडक्ट फेमस है उसको कैसे प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं, इसके लिए जो राइट है उसको राइट को कैसे अपने प्रोटेक्ट कर सके वो जीआई एक्ट में है. डिजाइन, कार की डिजाइन, घड़ी की डिजाइन, मोबाइल की डिजाइन, एरोप्लेन की डिजाइन, पेन, पेंसिल, कार, कुर्सी, ऑल दिस परफ्यूम की बोटल्स, पेस्टिसाइड्स की बोतल जो यूनिक है, न्यू है, कंप्यूटर के मॉनिटर की डिजाइन, लैपटॉप की डिजाइन. आपने देखा होगा कभी कोई भी दो डिजाइन आपस में नहीं मिलती है, तो ये जो डिजाइन है वो डिजाइन एक्ट में रजिस्टर होती है और वो डिजाइन एक्ट 2002 उसके राइट को प्रोटेक्ट करता है. सो दैट इज दी ऑल एक्ट prevail in India which protect the right of the inventors or a right holders. Another, what is the professional opportunity available in the intellectual property right? So first right is professional service in the relation of IPR application filing and renewal. So up on behalf of client you can file a intellectual property right application whether for the trademark or the patent, copyright or a design, एंड उनके रिन्यूअल्स का आप मैनेजमेंट कर सकते हैं. ब्रांड मैनेजमेंट सर्विस, सपोज क्लाइंट हैविंग more brands, so every time a trademark registry come with the new journal where they publish how much trademark application filed with the registry, they publish all the applications. suppose some application which is resemble to your registered trademark, that you have to oppose that mark not to be registered. तो वो काम अगर आपका क्लाइंट नहीं करता और वो आप क्लाइंट के साथ अगर कांटेक्ट करते हैं कि आपकी जो भी जर्नल में नई एप्लीकेशन आएगी जो आपके मिलते जुलते नाम है, तो हम उसको कैसे प्रोटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए जो भी है वो हम इसमें आपको मैनेजमेंट हम आपके लिए करके देंगे. स्टार्टअप इन आईपीआर. स्टार्टअप, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ स्टार्टअप? जो नए टेक्नोलॉजी, नए आइडिया लेके आ रहे हैं, जैसे ओला, उबेर और बहुत सारे, जो दैट इज टोटली बेस्ड ऑन द टेक्नोलॉजी. और गवर्नमेंट हैज गिवन सम कंसेशन टू रजिस्टर्ड इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट फॉर द स्टार्टअप. सो इफ यू आर हैविंग ए बेसिक नॉलेज ऑफ आईपीआर लॉ, you can better guide to your client. And fourth one is a very important, IPR valuation. जैसे मैंने आपको थोड़ी देर पहले बताया कि हेमोर आइसक्रीम ब्रांड को 1020 करोड़ में बेचा हेमोर ने लोटे कन्फेक्शनरी को. पीई नॉर्थ ने बेन इंडिया से सेसा ऑयल में कंट्रोलिंग स्टॉक के लिए 1250 करोड़ दिए. तो इतनी ह्यूज वैल्यू है. तो वैल्यूएशन पोर्शन चार्टर्ड अकाउंट ने देखा. हु नोज बेटर देन द चार्टर्ड अकाउंट हाउ टू वैल्यू. डिस्काउंटेड कैश फ्लो है, गुडविल का वैल्यूएशन है, आफ्टर 10 इयर्स क्या प्रोडक्ट का क्या वैल्यू रहेगा. सो ऑल दिस वैल्यूएशन पोर्शन आप आराम से क्लाइंट्स को वो सर्विस दे सकते हैं. अगेन, हाउ टू असाइन द राइट. जैसे आप फिजिकल प्रॉपर्टी को ट्रांसफर करते हैं तो आप उसके लिए असाइनमेंट डीड, सेल डीड तैयार करते हैं. सेल डीड तैयार करके सब रजिस्ट्रार की ऑफिस में जाते हैं. कौन सी प्रॉपर्टी है, कौन बायर है, कौन सेलर है, डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ लैंड किसने ली. सेम यहाँ पे अगर इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट सेल हो रहा है, ट्रेडमार्क सेल हो रहा है, पेटेंट सेल हो रहा है, बराबर, या कॉपीराइट सेल हो रहा है, तो उसके लिए भी आप असाइनमेंट डीड अपने क्लाइंट्स के लिए बनवा सकते हैं. और उसमें बनाने के लिए जो भी चार्जेस है वो ले सकते हैं. उसमें असाइनमेंट डीड में जो मेजर जो कंटेंट्स है एज गुड एज दी सेल ऑफ फिजिकल एसेट्स. वन इज द नेम ऑफ बायर, नेम ऑफ सेलर, डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ आईपीआर राइट. ये राइट ओरिजिनल कब, किसने एक्वायर किया, कब रिन्यूअल किया, लिटिगेशन में तो नहीं है, फुल डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ द राइट. एंड फोर्थ वन इज दी कंसिडरेशन. कंसिडरेशन में कितने में अमाउंट में डील हुआ दो पार्टियों के बीच में, दो क्लाइंट के बीच में. बिकॉज द स्टैम्प ड्यूटी टोटली डिपेंड ऑन द कंसिडरेशन व्हाट यू हैव एग्रीड बाय बोथ द पार्टीज. सो कंसिडरेशन, valuation, stamp duty and taxation portion can be handled by chartered accountants. If you are aware of the IPR law, you can help your client in the litigation matter also. One important is section 16 of Companies Act 2013. So before coming to Companies Act 2013, there is no synchronizing between Minister of Commerce and Industries and Minister of Corporate Affairs. Everybody knows that the MCA is a registering name of company. जैसे ही अपने नेम की अवेलेबिलिटी की एप्लीकेशन करते हैं, you will immediately get your application cannot be processed because of this. The applicant name is as resemble with the brand of this so and so company. So you must have a knowledge of the basic law of IPR so you can handle that query. And वो क्या होता था पहले, उससे पहले कोई भी जो फेमस ब्रांड है उसके नाम की कंपनी रजिस्टर करवा देते थे, और वो कंपनी रजिस्टर कराने से जो ओरिजिनल ट्रेडमार्क होल्डर है और राइट होल्डर है उसके राइट को डिप्राइव होता था. तो कंपनीज एक्ट 2016 में ये लॉ लेके आए कि अगर एक एक्ट चालू होने से 3 साल तक अगर किसी ने इस तरह के नाम का कंपनी रजिस्टर कराई है जिसका ट्रेडमार्क ऑनर कोई और है, तो वो नाम आपको चेंज करना था. और उस टाइम अगर पिटीशन फाइल करते हैं सीएलबी में, तो वो आपको वो राइट नाम चेंज करके गवर्नमेंट ने दिया हुआ है. और अभी अगर सेम किसी का ट्रेडमार्क है तो आप आरओसी के वो नाम की एप्लीकेशन प्रोसेस ही नहीं कर सकते. Another is a reporting under CARO 2020. अभी तक CARO में आप क्या रिपोर्टिंग करते थे कि फिजिकल एसेट्स है, कंपनी के नाम पे है, राइट कब किससे एक्वायर किया, कंपनी के नाम रजिस्टर्ड हो गई कि टाइटल क्लियर है कि नहीं. नाउ इन CARO 2020 you must have a due diligence for the intellectual property right. अगर सपोज आपने 1000 करोड़ बीच में हेमोर्स ब्रांड को खरीदा है, तो क्या वो परफेक्ट डील हुआ है, वो राइट कंपनी के नाम ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड हो गए, टाइम पे रिन्यूअल हो गए, उसमें लिटिगेशन तो नहीं है. ऑल दिस ड्यू केयर कैन बी टेकन बाय दी आवर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स. करेक्ट. सो दीज आर दी प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी एसोसिएट विद दी IPR with the chartered accountants. As rightly said, we are the total business solution provider. So business solution including the solution for the IPR law also. As Modi ji said that we should be vocal for local, promote our local brand. So if we can provide services to our client, we can promote the local brand also. We can make them aware about the IPR law. Clients, देखो ये मार्केट इतना ह्यूज मार्केट है, अनएक्सप्लोर मार्केट है कि कोई भी सिटी, जैसे आप अहमदाबाद लो, बॉम्बे लो या जालंधर लो, कोई भी सिटी में एवरी शॉप हैज देयर ओन नेम, एवरी सर्विस प्रोवाइड, होटल, रेस्टोरेंट, होटल, पब, बार, सिनेमा, थिएटर, स्कूल, मॉल, सबका नाम है. ऑल नाम के बगैर कोई बिजनेस चालू नहीं हो सकता. तो ऑल दीज टर्म कैन बी रजिस्टर्ड अंडर ट्रेडमार्क लॉ. और कोई भी बिजनेसमैन ये नहीं चाहेगा उसके नाम का कोई कॉपी करे. तो आपको अपने क्लाइंट्स को ये समझाने की जरूरत है कि आप अपने नाम का राइट ले लें ताकि दूसरा उससे कॉपी नहीं करे, और आपके नाम का डुप्लीकेट करेगा तो आपका नाम खराब हो सकता है. जैसे बता दो कि कोई काम सरकार ये लॉ, आईपीआर लॉ लेके क्यों आई? आईपीआर लॉ लाने का मेन पर्पस था पब्लिक को चीटिंग से बचाना, बराबर. अब चीटिंग में क्या होता है कि जो डुप्लीकेट करते हैं और जेन्युइन ओनर है, दो को फायदा होता है, दो को लॉस होता है. अब फायदा किसको होता है? जैसे आप लुई फिलिप्स का शर्ट खरीदने गए, घर से निकले कि मुझे लुई फिलिप्स का शर्ट खरीदने का है, आप शोरूम में जाते हैं. अब शोरूम का जो मालिक है उसको मालूम है कि मैं जो शर्ट बेच रहा हूँ वो लुई फिलिप्स का नहीं है, मैंने खाली उस पर टैग लुई फिलिप्स का लगाया. दूसरा वो मैन्युफैक्चरर जिसको मालूम है कि मैंने लुई फिलिप्स का शर्ट बनाया है नहीं, मैं खाली टैग लगा रहा हूँ. तो जो मैन्युफैक्चरर और जो शोरूम ओनर, बनाने वाला और बेचने वाला, ये दो बेनिफिट में रहेंगे कि ये ओरिजिनल नाम लगा के डुप्लीकेट बेच रहे हैं, बराबर. ये दो बेनिफिट होंगे. दो लूजर कौन रहेंगे? ओरिजिनल यूजर जिसने ये समझ के खरीदा मार्केट में कि मैं लुई फिलिप्स का शर्ट खरीदा हूँ, लुई फिलिप्स के पैसे दे रहा हूँ, और वो घर पे आके पता चलता है कि ये डुप्लीकेट माल है. और दूसरा वो जो ओरिजिनल लुई फिलिप्स का ओनर है, उसका नाम मार्केट में खराब होगा कि इसने लुई फिलिप्स का डिटेरियोरेट क्वालिटी दी, जिससे उसका नाम खराब हो रहा है. तो दो को फायदा होता है, दो को लॉस होता है. तो सरकार जिस दो को लॉस हो रहा है उनके राइट को प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे. राइट मतलब राइट ऑफ कंज्यूमर एंड राइट ऑफ दी ब्रांड, जो ऑनर है उनके राइट को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए ये राइट, ये एक्ट सरकार लेके आई. जो देसी किसी देश के कोई भी लॉ, ऑलरेडी लॉ जो होता है वो बेस्ड ऑन दी नेचुरल लॉ एंड जस्टिस पे होता है कि ये नेचर की लॉ है कि इसके हिसाब से तुमको प्रोटेक्शन मिलना चाहिए, तो वो है, बराबर. अब मैं बताऊंगा इंडिया में कहाँ का इसका जुरिडिक्शन है. वन इज द मेन हेड ऑफिस ऑफ आईपीआर इज राजीव गांधी नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी एंड मैनेजमेंट एट नागपुर. नागपुर में इसका हेडक्वार्टर है आईपीआर लॉ का. वहां से ये बहुत सारे कोर्स गवर्नमेंट चलाती है. अगर आप ipindia.nic.in पे जाके देखेंगे तो आपके लिए भी बहुत सारे कोर्स है चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स के लिए. आप जाके वो कोर्स कर सकते हैं. उसमें लिखा हुआ है कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट कैन अटेंड दिस प्रोग्राम. ये तो मेन हेडक्वार्टर है. That has been looked by the Office of Controller General of Patent, Design and Trademark, called as CGPDEM. ये इसका मेन ऑफिस का नाम है. अब इंडिया में पेटेंट ऑफिस कहाँ पे है? तो इंडिया में पेटेंट ऑफिस है कोलकाता, दिल्ली, चेन्नई एंड मुंबई. ऑल 4 मेट्रो सिटी having this patent office. Design office only at Kolkata, trademark registry at Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai and Ahmedabad. GI is at Chennai, copyright at Delhi. So these are the jurisdiction originally. I will explain you how to prepare trademark applications. आप आराम से 10 मिनट लूंगा मैं आपकी. आप ट्रेडमार्क की एप्लीकेशन को कैसे बना सकते हैं. मैंने इनिशियली बोला था कि आपको अगर इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न फाइल करना है तो 200 कॉलम भरने पड़ेंगे, लेकिन यहाँ आईपीआर में एक एप्लीकेशन करनी है सपोज ट्रेडमार्क की, तो आपको सिर्फ 5-7 कॉलम भरने हैं मुश्किल से, और यू विल चार्ज 10 टाइम मोर फी देन द इनकम टैक्स व्हाट द मीडियम साइज फर्म इज चार्जिंग. उसमें मेन है आपके पास, जैसे आपके पास कोई क्लाइंट आया, हाउ टू डील विद दिस क्लाइंट. 2 सिचुएशन हो सकती है आपके पास में. एक सिचुएशन वो होगी कि जो ऑलरेडी बिजनेस कर रहा है, उसके प्रोडक्ट का ऑलरेडी नाम है, ट्रेडमार्क है, लेकिन उसने रजिस्टर नहीं कराया. दूसरी सिचुएशन ऐसी आ सकती है कि नया बिजनेस चालू करना है, वाइस बिजनेसमैन है, पहले वो अपने राइट्स रजिस्टर कराएगा ट्रेडमार्क में, फिर ही मटेरियल जो भी स्टेशनरी प्रिंट कराएगा, ताकि अजय मुझे ये नाम ब्रांड मिलता है तो ही मुझे उसमें आगे जाना है. तो 2 सिचुएशन है आपके पास में. फर्स्ट सिचुएशन में आपके पास में जो है वो वर्षों से काम कर रहा है, तो आपको इंपोर्टेंट है सेक्शन 12 ऑफ ट्रेडमार्क एक्ट 1999 की जो जेन्युइन ब्रांड यूजर है, इवन दो दे हैव नॉट रजिस्टर्ड, विल गेट प्रायोरिटी ओवर द न्यू वन. तो सेक्शन 12 का बेनिफिट लेने के लिए सबसे पहले जो एक्सिस्टिंग बिजनेस करा उसको पूछो कि आपने ये प्रोडक्ट फर्स्ट कब से यूज किया, यू राइट डाउन दी डेट ऑफ यूज, फर्स्ट यूज, एंड जो नया आ रहा है उसके लिए प्रोपोज टू बी यूज। सो क्लाइंट आया, उसको पूछा कि आपका नया है या ऑलरेडी है, अगर नया है तो प्रोपोज टू बी यूज, और पुराना तो वो डेट लिख दो। सेकंड, डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस प्रोवाइडेड, आप किस चीज का ट्रेडमार्क करवाना चाहते हो, क्योंकि अगर आपको प्रोडक्ट का ट्रेडमार्क कराना है तो प्रोडक्ट टोटल ट्रेडमार्क में आपको बेसिक नॉलेज के लिए बताओ 45 क्लास है नाइस क्लासिफिकेशन। नाइस इज अ सिटी इन यूरोप वेयर द ट्रीटी हैज बीन साइंड। सो 1 to 35, 1 to 34 है क्लास, वो प्रोडक्ट को स्पेसिफाई करता है। गुड्स एंड 35 to 45 सर्विस मार्क के लिए है। गुड्स में केमिकल गुड्स, फूड्स प्रोडक्ट्स, मशीनरी प्रोडक्ट्स, सॉफ्टवेयर, ड्रिंक्स, एवरी आइटम वट एवर यू थिंक, सब नाइस में दिया हुआ है। आपके दिमाग में जो भी प्रोडक्ट आएगा वो कौन से क्लास में जाएगा, वो नाइस में आप आईपीआर साइट से आराम से आपको पता चल जाएगा। वहां जाके आप क्लिक करोगे, स्टार्ट विद ब्रांड का नाम डालोगे और सर्विस डालोगे तो आपको वो नाम सर्विस मिल जाएगी। क्लास 35 से 45 होटल, हॉस्टल, रेस्टोरेंट, पब, बार, स्कूल, वट एवर सर्विस प्रोवाइडर, financial services, broking services, insurance services, all these fall in class 35 to 45, legal services. So first of all कब यूज करा वो डेट लिख दिया, दूसरे में प्रोपोज टू बी यूज, सेकंड में आप डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ सर्विस, और डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ सर्विस के बाद में आपने उसमें डाल दिया क्लास कौन सा है, किस क्लास, बराबर, आपका क्लास कौन सा है। तो क्लास, जैसे आपने ये पानी की बोतल बनाने वाले हो तो वो क्लास 32 में आएगा, तो आप लिख दोगे कि मिनरल वाटर क्लास 32, उस मिनरल वाटर क्लास 32, उसमें ऊपर वाले में डेट नहीं आएगी क्योंकि प्रोपोज टू बी यूज है। फिर आएगा आपको ये इसका जेपीजी चाहिएगा कि लोगों की डिजाइन, वो आपको क्लाइंट से लेने का है। और अब मैं आपको फर्स्ट कॉलम के बारे में बताऊं। सबसे पहले नेम ऑफ द एप्लीकेंट, तो एप्लीकेंट कौन हो सकता है, एप्लीकेंट में भी इंडिविजुअल एप्लीकेंट में भी पार्टनरशिप फर्म थ्रू पार्टनर्स, एलएलपी, प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी, लिमिटेड कंपनी एंड ट्रस्ट, बराबर। सो फर्स्ट यू नेम ऑफ द एप्लीकेंट, वट एवर एप्लीकेंट, एड्रेस ऑफ द एप्लीकेंट, द एड्रेस विल डिसाइड द ज्यूरिडिक्शन। ज्यूरिडिक्शन आपको कहाँ है, महाराष्ट्र, ये जो 4 महानगरों में पड़ेगा या अहमदाबाद में पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ये ज्यूरिडिक्शन से स्टैंप ड्यूटी नक्की होती है आपकी, बराबर। तो ये ज्यूरिडिक्शन आपका नक्की हो गया, नेम, एड्रेस, फिर डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ प्रोडक्ट, क्लास एंड डेट ऑफ फर्स्ट यूज, इतना ही आपको इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए। एंड यू मस्ट हैव इट डीएससी। पहले क्या होता था कि डीएससी अलग आती थी ट्रेडमार्क के लिए, तो हम सीएलओ को इसमें इन्वॉल्व नहीं होता क्योंकि डीएससी की कॉस्ट एप्लीकेशन की फीसें ज्यादा होती थी। लेकिन अभी वही डीएससी लगती है जो इनकम टैक्स में लगती है, जीएसटी में लगती है, आरओसी में लगती है। तो आपके क्लाइंट के डीएससी से ही आपको एप्लीकेशन करनी है, तो आपको खुद का कुछ भी करने का नहीं है। जैसे अपने इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न क्लाइंट के डीएससी से फाइल करते हैं, वैसे ही क्लाइंट के डीएससी से आपको एप्लीकेशन करनी है। 5 कॉलम भर दिए, एप्लीकेंट नेम, एड्रेस, डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज, क्लास, डेट ऑफ फर्स्ट यूज और जेपीजी फाइल लोगों की, और ले ली, बराबर। एंड आपको फी भरनी है। फी कितनी भरनी है वो भी मैं आपको बता दूं। फॉर इंडिविजुअल फीस 5,000 एंड रेस्ट फॉर 10,000। 5,000 फॉर इंडिविजुअल, 10,000 प्रोप्राइटर, ये पार्टनरशिप फर्म, एलएलपी, प्राइवेट लिमिटेड एंड लिमिटेड कंपनी। बट इफ यू आर फाइलिंग इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली, fee will be 10% reduced. So always you file electronically. Nobody will going to file physically in this era. And why should we pay 10% more? So आपके लिए अभी 4,500 for individual and partnership, LLP, limited and LLP trust के लिए 9,000. But इसमें भी एक रिलैक्सेशन है। अगर आपका एमएसएमई में रजिस्टर्ड है, पार्टनरशिप फर्म, एलएलपी, स्टार्टअप or a private limited company, then you will to pay 50% fee, means you have to pay 4,500. So 4,500 is the minimum fee for the trademark, those who are having the MSME certificate. Then after paying the online fee, you have to keep the DSC and upload the application. As soon you upload the applications, you will get the trademark registration number, that is called TM number. TM means whenever you file the application, you could put TM on the top of the brand. It means you are applied for the trademark. You are applied for the trademark. Good. So R is the final certificate. If you are seen R in the brand name, it means brand is already registered. So TM means it's in process of registration. and R is the final product. Understand? So final product में TM और R, अब जैसे आप एप्लीकेशन अपलोड करते हैं तो ट्रेडमार्क ऑफिस उसका एग्जामिन करके आपको रिपोर्ट भेज देती है. एग्जामिन मींस दे विल कंपेयर डेटा विद द applicant data with the data available with the registry, and if your mark is resemble same to the already available data, they will send you the examination report that your mark is similar to registered trademark, so it cannot be registered. So you will get the queries of section 9 and section 11. Section 9 absolute ground of refusal, and section 11 is relative ground of refusal. Exclude जो बेसिक ग्राउंड है रिफ्यूजल का, एब्सोल्यूट ग्राउंड, उसमें आपका कोई भी ट्रेडमार्क कैपेबल होना चाहिए डिस्टिंग्विश करने में. आप जैसे आई एम पुरुषोत्तम खंडेलवाल, अगर अडुकिया जी है दे आर द चेयरमैन ऑफ दिस कमेटी, बराबर, इफ दे आर लिसनिंग, तो जो आइडेंटिफिकेशन होना चाहिए. एक ये जैसे ये बिस्लरी की बोतल है, अदरवाइज एक्वाफिना, तो अगर दोनों पानी पानी रजिस्टर कराएंगे तो ये जेनेटिक नाम हो जाएगा, और जेनेटिक नाम को कोई भी रजिस्टर करके नहीं देगा, क्योंकि यू कैन नॉट डिफरेंशिएट योर प्रोडक्ट फ्रॉम वन टू अनदर. सो कोई भी एप्लीकेंट मार्क में डिस्टिंक्टिव कैरेक्टर होना ही चाहिए. दूसरा, आपका एप्लीकेशन सेम ट्रेडमार्क से मिलता जुलता नहीं होना चाहिए. दैट इज अ बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट. सो वंस यू हैव टू जस्ट रिप्लाई नॉर्मल. If your mark is capable of distinguishing goods and services from one to another, you write that my brand is capable of distinguishing, and another isn't, my name is not resemble same to the cited trademark. That is the two standard answer of this query. अगर आपने ये अगर क्वेरीज आती है तो, अगर नहीं आती है तो ग्रीन कॉरिडोर में आपका एप्लीकेशन सीधा निकल जाएगा. एप्लीकेशन आपने किया, एग्जामिन किया, दे पास द एबीए ऑर्डर एक्सेप्ट बिफोर एडवर्टाइजमेंट, एबीए ऑर्डर पास किया, एंड दे पब्लिश इन अ ट्रेडमार्क जर्नल that is open for the 4 months for the public objection. अगर पब्लिक ने ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं किया या अपोज नहीं किया है, then your mark will be registered. If the mark has been opposed by the anyone, then you have to reply within the 60 days of the opposition filed by the opponents. So registry will give you the 60-day time to original applicant to reply of this opposition, that you have to file the counter statement. That is the law. If you are within the time limited, and department will call both parties in the hearing. If they find that the opposition is not correct, they will reject the opposition and they will pass the ABA order, and your mark will be published in journal. Later on, it will be get R. Right? So this is the process of getting the registration certificate. The registration certificate is valid for 10 years. After 10 years, you have to pay renewal fee. As of now, 9,000 is fee. You have to pay the 9,000 fee for the renewal. One other question is this trademark is territorial right. लोग पूछते हैं कि ये वर्ड में यही ट्रेडमार्क हो. नो, द ट्रेडमार्क इज अ टेरिटोरियल राइट. इट इज वैलिड ओनली इन कंट्री इन व्हिच दैट मार्क हैज बीन registered. So this is the basic how to register the trademark and the basic law available in India. So the time allotted to me is only for 30 minutes. I have completed this within the 30 minutes. If you have any question or queries, I am ready to answer the question and queries. Please, organizer. पूनम त्यागी जी, हेलो.
Hello, yes, sir.
So if you have any queries?
No, sir.
So there is no problem.
No, sir.
No.
No.
So okay. So that is thanks for giving me an opportunity. Anyone, no participant in any queries? Okay, madam. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes. वो क्या लेके आया था? लास्ट डेट किसकी थी?